Oh shit, my light's not even on. Oops. Oh yes, I'll put the music link in the chat for you guys if you guys want it. One sec. Also, hello everyone. L. Greggs, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The tier 1 sub, sorry. 64 months, goddamn, bro. Thank you so much, dude. You're the best. And Star Road Game Cafe, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate you all. I'm playing super unfitting music for today's discussion. Because we're talking about Final Fantasy VII today. And I'm playing music from the best Final Fantasy, which is 10. So as you see, there's a bit of a miscommunication here. But yeah, it's a really good playlist. I'll edit it so that... Let me edit the stream description on YouTube so that you know where to find this lovely playlist at. How dare you not play Final Fantasy VII music? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But also, you guys should know why I'm not playing FF7 music. Trader to Heaven, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Appreciate the tier 1. Thanks for being with us for 4 months. I appreciate it. Did they change voice actors for Sephiroth? Yes, we have a brand new Sephiroth. There's so much going on, honestly. Sleep Easy streamed for apparently 8 hours yesterday, which is crazy. I popped in for like a little bit of it, and then I was like, yo, bro, that's crazy. And then I saw like late at night, I was looking through like my YouTube news feed, and I saw that bro was still going. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Is this like cached? Do I need to refresh my page? And then I refresh my page and bro is still streaming. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? That's crazy. We have a lot of information to review. Like an insane amount. Like so much that I don't actually know even where to begin. Like that's how much information. Oh, I'm covering myself with the chat. Excuse me, I meant to do this. Why am I blurry? Let me fix that real quick. Giant Monkey Bud, thank you so much for the sub. I still can't believe that FF7 trailer was real. I think that's actually one of the first things I want to talk about. I want to start off by, and you know I like this game. You guys know I like this game. Oh, you didn't announce it on Discord? Oh shit, true. I need to install that extension that you told me about, and I just keep not doing it because I have had like the busiest past few weeks like ever. And then let me just put that in our Discord. But what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, you know I love Rebirth, right? You guys know I really liked Rebirth. I thought it was a great game. I thought Square did a really exceptional job with that game overall. But one thing we have to talk about is just how bad Rebirth's reveal. Rebirth's reveal was truly unfortunate to me. And I think Revelation's reveal is so much better. I was talking to Daryl about this, who I'll have on pretty soon. But Revelation's reveal is, I think he said, is tracking like 3 times higher. I need to like double check this again with him. But yeah, like last I spoke to him about this, he said like Revelation's like reveal trailer is tracking like 3 times higher than Rebirth. And I'm like, yeah, no shit, because Rebirth's reveal fucking sucked. I remember I spent more time making fun of how bad Rebirth's reveal was than I did actually like being excited for it. Like I was just like, what are you doing? Josh Z, thank you so much for the super chat. My brain has left my body since Friday. I barely slept. This is awesome, but bad for my health. Josh Z, thank you so much for the super chat. I agree. Like, the Revelation reveal was awesome. It's probably the best Final Fantasy reveal that they've had in, like, ever. I think so too. Rebirth felt like, here, damn, we know you want to know. Yeah. Okay, so the first trailer for Rebirth was Cloud and Zack walking, and that was it. There was no gameplay. There was nothing to really latch onto, nothing to be excited about. Only if you were a hardcore FF7 fan. I mean hardcore, right? Like, you can't just play the original. You also needed to play Crisis Core and have like full context of like everything that was happening in that scene. Squall UA, thank you for the tier 1, brother. Thanks for joining us. And like, if you didn't, then if you didn't have that, then it's like, okay, can we actually like start the stream with that? Because I want to explain to you guys like why the Revelation trailer was such a big deal. And like, the way Square Enix did it this time is actually right. And the way they did it last time was so fucking wrong that it hurts. I feel like they undersold Rebirth and got it off to like the worst start ever. Like, it was just such a... Okay, let me pull this up. Yeah, the Revelation is amazing. But like, what they did to Rebirth was criminal. Criminally bad, right? And I understand that, like, you know, a lot of us are like hardcore FF7 fans. So for the hardcore FF7 fan, right, you probably think that it was enough. But I want you to imagine for a second that you're not obsessed with FF7 or Final Fantasy, and you're just a guy who sees this trailer, right? And like, what are you going to think? Mickey, thank you so much for the super chat. 2027 going to be nuts. FF7 Revelation, P4 Revival, P6 Trails, P6 Trails. Yeah, I know. And maybe Kingdom Hearts 4. maybe. I don't know. Okay. So
that's set in stone. The past is forever.
I want to go back to Rebirth really quick,
even if it
so you guys can understand
can be changed.
What I mean
So
with
focus
Revelation.
on the future, not the past.
He wants to finish what he started. He wants to reclaim his birthright and rule over the planet with Jenova at his side. I saw you lying there. I figured it was too late.
Wait, what are you implying? That I died? That I'm some kind of imposter?
You were here with me 5 years ago. Where are you? What happened to you?
I'm trying so hard to find you.
Sorry. Feel like I failed you.
Okay, right? No, really think about that reveal trailer. That's fucking awful. It's so bad. And Revelation, fortunately, was the opposite, right? Felt pretty last minute. Yeah. And it's funny, too, for a game that was so competently developed and had so much content to actually show, the fact that that was how they teased it is just like First of all, Cloud and Zack walking, and then Sephiroth and Cloud walking. And again, if you're an FF7 fan, there's a lot of interesting things to speculate about, right? Like, you can be like, oh, hey, yeah, you know, this is the reactor incident with Sephiroth. This is probably like the opening of the game or whatever. You can be like, oh, shit, like, Cloud and Zack never made it this far. Right? They never made it this far. This is different than what happens canonically in the game. That's like, oh, that's really interesting. But if you are not fucking obsessed with Final Fantasy VII, like, already, which they don't need to sell to the people who are fucking obsessed with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those of us in this chat right here don't need to be sold to, right? Like, you need to sell to the people who don't know what the fuck FF7 is, right? And so this trailer here is like really, really, really fucking bad. Really bad, to be honest. Like, it's a trailer for the people who are already in too deep. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super chat. Non-hardcore FF fan seeing that. What the fuck is happening? Yeah. Their argument would be like, I have no idea why I want to play this. Right? And so Revelation was the complete and utter opposite of Rebirth's reveal, which...
Long story short, the world's in trouble.
So what are we waiting for?
We're 7 seconds into the trailer, by the way, which the irony isn't lost on me. But this is already more interesting than the whole minute and a half of the Rebirth reveal, right?
Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront.
I don't even think we need to rewatch the whole thing, but I just want to make the point
I am not jumping. No way, no how.
Don't worry.
that in this trailer, in this reveal, they already start by saying, hey, you're going to have an airship and you're jumping out of the airship and you're fucking like, you know, like you're parachuting out of it. You can go anywhere in this massive open world. There's this incredible hybrid action command system that is really good and exceptional. And like, look how cool this looks. And like, do you see how much better this reveal is than the like literal when you walk in meme? That is like Rebirth's reveal. So yeah, this was much better, much better. P6 teaser is currently trending at number 3 on YouTube Gaming and has 1.1 million views in 24 hours. Good to see how far the series has come. Oh, wow, that's awesome. That's really awesome. I'm not too surprised though. Persona is such a massive phenomenon. So I say watch the whole trailer anyway because it's a good trailer. It is a good trailer. But then I feel like we'll start analyzing the trailer and we'll get too deep in. But anyways, do you see how cool this is? Boom. There's team attacks. Look how fucking... I mean, also too, and I can't stress this enough because I feel like it hasn't really been talked about too much on the media, and that is how much better the lighting is in Revelation. I feel like not enough people are really highlighting that because I think the lighting in the first 2 games... And a lot of people try to say that the lighting in Remake is better than Rebirth, when the lighting in both games is kind of lacking, if I'm honest. They finally fixed the lighting in Revelation, and I could not be more happy with this. Also, yeah, Mediel is I mean, it is beyond gorgeous, man. It's so colorful. It's so colorful. I wonder if they improve the lighting while developing Revelation and backport those changes to Rebirth. I don't think... Oh, you wonder if they will. I'm sorry. Yeah, I hope that these lighting changes come back to Rebirth and Remake. Yeah, well, the update for Rebirth's lighting is just the PC lighting, and it's not Revelation's lighting that has been patched back into Rebirth. So, unfortunately, whether we'll get Revelation's lighting in Rebirth or Remake remains to be seen. But I do hope that the lighting comes back. Lighting in Rebirth was already an improvement from Remake, which is kind of lackluster on that topic, yeah. Most of the lighting for Rebirth, differences in Rebirth are for indoor scenes, right? Yeah, Remake had mostly indoor scenes, which the lighting was pretty good, but it was something to do with their global illumination, right? Like something to do with like sunlight. Because if you actually look at Remake during the day, Remake's lighting is not great during the day, and neither is Rebirth. But Revelation, they finally got the lighting system like really exceptionally good. Another thing I couldn't help but notice was during this trailer, I was like, this looks really fucking good. And the reason for that is I don't think do they have it posted on this trailer? Okay, they just say development footage. But if you look at, I think, the Summer Games Fest version of this trailer, it specifically says that this is the game running on PC. So we still actually don't quite know what the game looks like on PlayStation. But if you look at the fidelity of this, then you know that this is running on PC, because this is running at 4K 60. And it's incredible. Another thing I feel like is extraordinarily important to highlight here is that they finally uploaded the trailer at good footage quality. There has been a huge fucking problem with specifically Creative Studio One's trailers when they upload them. And they uploaded them, like most of Rebirth's trailers have terrible bitrate, like awful, to the point of where the game would look really distorted and compressed in many scenes. And this was a huge problem, right? Especially for content creators, and we like to use good footage. But so many of Rebirth's trailers, which I don't even know if I can like fully show you through stream, right? Because you're already kind of seeing it through a bit rate. Well, if you're on YouTube, you can definitely tell, because my bit rate on there is high enough. But on Twitch, it may look the same. Actually, no, I feel like that's blurry enough to look the same on either one, right? So if you go back here, let's find a good comparable frame for it. And again, I know this may be hard to tell when you're not looking at it directly on your screen and you're looking at it through a stream, but compression artifacts are crazy on this, and I don't know why. And then also on top of which, I mean, how compressed this shit is. I'm not even just talking about the motion blur there. Another thing is that if you go over here, there is no 4K option. There's 1080p enhanced, which sucks. Also, this is in 30 frames per second, not 60. Now, to be fair, probably what happened is that they had to use PS5 version and footage, and they used the graphics mode. So that's probably why it's not 60 frames. Robert Smith, thank you so much for the super. I'll be upgrading my 4080 Super to a 5090 for this. Dang, bro. I don't even think that's necessary. I think you'll get about the same performance. But if you got the money, man, do it. I mean, well, if you're going to do 4K, actually, the 5090 upgrade would probably be worth it. Sid hasn't a cigarette lit. Yeah. Maybe he won't smoke in this one. I don't know, man. They decided smoking is bad. No. But, yeah, I mean, look at this, right? Look how crisp the fucking bitrate is. It's crazy. So, anyways, I don't know what it is about Again, it could have been the fact that it was PS5 exclusive and they had to show PS5 footage, and they wanted to use the graphics mode. That makes sense for the resolution and the frame rate, but it doesn't make sense for the bit rate in which they uploaded it, because I can natively capture and have natively captured on my PS5 much better, higher bit rate footage than the footage that they had on these trailers. So all around, I'm really happy that Square Enix learned their lesson from how they revealed Rebirth, which I think is, it's just criminal how they undersold the game based on the way they decided to promote it versus how strong they came out of the gate with Revelation. I also think it's really smart that if the Summer Games Fest reveal is the only thing that you've seen of Revelation, it's the only thing that you need to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I don't see anything else about Revelation until the game comes out, I would already be sold on it based on the presentation that they did there. And so obviously they are going to show more, and I'm going to eat it up like the filthy hog that I fucking am. But I don't they don't have to, right? They don't have to. So they chose the biggest audience that they possibly could, which is going to be Summer Games Fest, other than like the TGAs or something, right? And yeah, you know what kind of game that you're getting. Like, yeah, you have a pretty good picture of what it is with the two trailers. Yeah, like you know kind of like what the game is going to be about, right? And so I'm really not surprised that the trailer has been tracking so well. What's the views on it right now? 500,000? That's not bad. What's the reviews on the Rebirth reveal trailer, I wonder? Although that's been out much later. Yeah, 1.1 million in 3 years versus Revelation, which is already like at 600K in 2 days. Pretty good. And that's just the official upload of the trailer. So that's pretty good. The Japanese Revelation trailer has more views. Interesting. What happens if we... how the fuck... Let's see. Is it gonna make me... Yeah. Ah, it's in fucking English. Wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, no, that's not the... Yeah, that's the Japanese upload, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Japanese upload. Wait, no. This is the Japanese. I'm looking at the bottom one for some reason. That's the one on... Oh, wait, they're both the... They're two different trailers, that's why. Yeah, it does. Interesting. Oh, is it? Oh, it's a liberation. That's right. Not de. Isn't it? Liba. Well, whatever the fuck. Wait, is it? Oh, liberation. Okay. Okay, I see. Well, I'm no good with katakana. I mean, I am, but like not with like some of these English words in katakana. I would think that the vowel is different than... Yeah. That's another thing too, is that yeah, the liberation is also sounds like liberation in Japanese. So just like how rebirth also sounds like reverse, liberation and revelation become the same thing, right? Because the V sound in Japanese, there isn't really like a V sound, right? And so they typically pronounce the V sounds with the B, right? But the Japanese R is somewhere kind of like in between like an L sound for us, and the L sound is also kind of subbed out with the R sound in Japanese when katakanizing English words, however you whatever the proper terminology for that is, right? Yeah, I mean some katakanas aren't actually, or like some sounds in Japanese are like not commonly used anymore. I think they were more commonly used in older Japanese, and then they got phased out, I think. I don't know the history of the language like that, but the katakana he used is not the normal way to spell Revelation. Really? It's not supposed to be spelled like that? Wait, really? What the fuck? I can actually hear your AC this time? Oh, shit. Thank you, Clax. I can't believe you guys have been sitting through that and no one said... I forgot to turn on the noise suppression. I'm so sorry. Actually, both are accepted. So wait, there are two ways to write Revelation in katakana. It didn't bother you? That's crazy. I didn't hear anything, but my own AC is loud. Dang. To be fair, it was really quiet. Oh, okay. It was just a light buzzing noise in the background. Oh, okay. That's good. Well, now it's gone because I have noise suppression on. But anyways, the way he used it is uncommon, of course. Of course it is. 358 days over 2 head ass. Did Hamaguchi ever comment on rebirth/reverse thing? No, but I do think that rebirth/reverse actually, I do think that you can actually, I think that shows up in the content of Rebirth. Out of context question. Wait, what time is the direct? Because I think I saw that Ocarina of Time is showing up there. Hold on. What time is the Nintendo Direct? It's probably going to be early ass in the morning. But the way in which... yeah, I'll stream it. I'll stream the Direct. Yeah, I think Nate the Hate said Ocarina of Time remake is showing up. So I'll stream the Direct. It's not too early. So the way that Rebirth and Reverse shows up for me, because I know all of this is contentious, and I'm gonna do something that no other FF7 fans, like FF7 fan, like does that I know of, and just tell you that this is my interpretation, and it's not objectively correct, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. This is just me as a guy who's played the original and played the remake trilogy, like what I think. But I'm not the ultimate expert on FF7. So that already separates me. But I think that it shows up in the ending, right? Where I think that we see Cloud save Aerith in one timeline. Bear in mind, I'm using timeline loosely here, just to describe whatever phenomenon that is, whether you think it's like worlds in the live stream, whatever the fuck, whatever, right? Like, I'm not picky about this. Or, you know, like, or whether you see that as like a completely different alternate timeline thing that happens, and it's like it is actually happening. But whatever separate universe reality thing, Aerith is seemingly dead in one, and she's seemingly alive in the other. And that to me is the primary way in which the idea of rebirth slash reverse shows up. Is that you see one thing and then you see the reverse, right? Like, you see the reverse aspect, I think, also shows up with Zack, right? In one timeline, you see Zack is dead and things are continuing as normal. And then in another, you see the reverse. You see the opposite, right? Zack is supposed to be dead. Here is the reverse. So I actually do think that rebirth slash reverse actually does show up in the narrative. That's at least my take on it. Don't fucking kill me, bros. I just, that's just the way that I read it. Wait. Oops. Interesting. So liberation and liberation are the two ways to use it. He went with liberation to do with rebirth slash reverse again. Okay. So basically the way I had typed it was an accepted spelling or pronunciation of revelation in katakana in Japanese, right? But because you can also do liberation, he went with that one because it also sounds like liberation, which means that it is intentional, right? And again, rebirth slash reverse isn't something that we haven't seen before. It's also something that shows up in Chain of Memories. So, in Riku's route for a Chain of Memories, so. Speaking of Zack, I need at least 10 hours of him being the part of the main party, so help me God. I'm punting the remake trilogy writing team into the Sapphire weapon space. Okay, but I mean, and this is kind of, you know, something... This takes me back 6 years when we get on this topic, but the thing is that, and this is something that Nomada has mentioned too, what you're hoping for, other people are like, oh my god, if the opposite happens, then I will fucking hate this, or I won't like it, or I will like it. But in either case, everyone is on different pages with that specific topic. So the dev team is just gonna have to do whatever, right? They're gonna have to do whatever they think is appropriate to do. So I think let's go ahead and start looking at some of these interviews. I think we'll start with this one right here. And then I may need chat to like forward me some of these because I didn't have time to round up everything before stream, which is my fault. But I may need chat. So if there's any interviews that you want me to cover, we can watch Max's interview together. You can just let me know in chat and we can get that going. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for this super. Despite the big reveal at SGF, the view counts and popularity on social media is not that good. SC should never do sequel mainline games. It's tough. I don't know what it is about sequels to Final Fantasy games that just don't sell. Especially because, like, before, with, like, 10.2 and, like, 13.2, I always looked at it like, well, there's never been a Final Fantasy sequel that was, like, ever trying to be a bigger, more ambitious game than the last. It was also kind of like, it was always just kind of experimental, but never like a huge leap, right? But as far as I know, like Panda Eye said, I thought that the social media views were looking better than Rebirth. as far as I've heard. So I would like to see if there's anything to the contrary. But as far as I've seen across the board, it seems to be tracking a little bit better than Rebirth did. So this is a translated interview, machine translated, so bear that in mind as we read through this. Let's get to the actual interview. Regarding the official title, Liberation. Okay, it's going to translate it as Liberation because, again, Revelation and Liberation are the same in katakana if you choose to say it like with a re instead of a li. Or re. A re instead of a re. I'm sorry. Anyways, regarding the official title, Liberation, could you tell us about the meaning behind the name and the process that led to its decision? To put it simply, this is about addressing the expectations of those who have followed us through to the second installment and wondering what kind of ending this will be. Wondering what kind of ending it will be. This is a trilogy of remakes that was announced to mark the 20th anniversary of the original, but before we knew it, we are about to reach the 30th anniversary. What do we want to say, again, about remaking it in this era? The answer is, what was hidden will be revealed. That's the meaning of Revelation / Liberation. Very interesting. In this remake series, Nomura has always made the final decision. This time, too, we left it up to him, and he agonized over the decision from 3 options until the very end. He asked me several times which one is the best, but I told him, you can decide this, Nomura, just say it decisively, and I supported his decision. So, yeah, Nomura has been naming all of these games. He is the creative director of the FF7 Retrilogy. Pretty much everything goes through him about what they are going to ultimately do as the creative visionary of these projects. In the overseas version, it was mentioned that Mr. Hamaguchi has already played the game about 40 times. Is it already in a state where you can play it completely? Hamaguchi says that's right. The game is now playable from start to finish, including the side content. There are still some temporary 3D assets and other things, and we are continuing to work on replacing them. Or the work of replacing them, sorry. We're continuing the work of replacing them. Right now, we're balancing the game while playing it ourselves. We're in the final stages of development, working on the final touches every day. We're planning to release it simultaneously worldwide on multiple platforms next spring. Very good picture of Hamaguchi. If the game is already playable from start to finish, is there a possibility of exhibiting it at events such as the Tokyo Game Show where players can try it out? We don't have a concrete plan yet, but we are considering letting everyone try it out around that time. So that's cool. Maybe you'll get to play it if you are in Japan, in Tokyo, at the Tokyo Game Show. TGS demo shadow drop. I don't know if they would drop it like publicly, like for everyone then, but I think they'll do it for anyone who's at the show for sure. The footage shown at SGF was from the PlayStation 5 version, but it is already playable on Nintendo Switch 2 and other platforms. It's running on Switch 2 as well. However, Switch 2 requires special optimization at the end to be stable. So, we plan to proceed with optimization for the Switch 2 after the development of the PlayStation 5 and PC version is complete. Landing the Highwind, like in the original story, is difficult. So, let's just use a parachute instead of landing. The Highwind was a frequent discussion featured among fans regarding its implementation in the third game. In the Ultimania interview, Mr. Nomura mentioned that landing would be a problem. So I was surprised to see in this video that the answer was parachute descent. Was this decided smoothly? Hamaguchi: I was in charge of this part, but I thought having the Highwind fly freely all over the world, just like in the original story. was something that absolutely had to be realized. So I kept saying that without wavering. However, as you said, landing the Highwind on the ground was difficult. The Highwind is on a massive scale. If you try to land it on the ground like in the original version, you run into various problems, such as the Highwind being incredibly huge compared to land, or the fact that it can only land on flat ground. Yeah, and I'm waiting for people who are like ridiculous about this stuff to be like Fortniteification of Final Fantasy VII. But bear in mind that in the original game, you kind of like parachute in the Midgar, right? So it's not, it's still ultimately a reference to Final Fantasy VII and not being like Fortnite. But again, I think bad faith people will make it look like that. Ultimately, this was like a really good design choice. People don't understand how difficult it is to make something like the Highwind. And also, too, if you had landing pads, the Highwind wouldn't be fun, right? Like, it wouldn't be fun if the game told you where to land the airship. Then it would be no different than just choosing where to fast travel, right? But this is something that you can actually, jump out of the airship. And I think this is also something that Final Fantasy XVII should be entirely built around. Creative workaround, very creative workaround. I'm so impressed that they came up with that solution. The improved visuals compared to the original version have actually made some points more difficult. So the idea that landing and unloading the aircraft would be impossible, I felt even before developing Revelations toward the end of Rebirth, and it has always been a challenge for me. So I thought about various ways to let players experience the scale of the game. So in this day and age, parachuting down is a familiar sight in Battle Royale titles and the like. We thought having such an easily recognizable symbol would make it easier for users to get into the game. So we decided on the current form of parachuting. This was very early in the development team. I told the team, this is what we're going to go with. And we've been steadily moving forward ever since without wavering. Yeah, I do think that's true, right? Like, I do think that, like, this is something that you can kind of show a younger person, and they probably will relate it to Fortnite, but that's actually good for them, right? Like, they'll relate it to something that they already know and like, but I don't think it's bad. Hollow Goku, thank you for this super chat. Get ready for Sebi Webs to make poor Fortnite jokes. Lol. You use a parachute to descend. What would happen when you want to return to the Highwind? That's actually a good question. In that case, you can fast travel back to the Highwind immediately. You can return to flying mode, and you can also return to the Highwind in a state you can explore. Okay, great. That's awesome. When it comes to movement, we want to prioritize convenience as it is typical for modern games. Once you parachute down to your destination, you have many options. You can walk, ride a chocobo, or parachute again. However, if we force players to use one of those options, they might get bored and think, another parachute? So we've also made it to fast travel places you've already been. Cool. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much. FF fans cope by saying RE has always been a bigger brand, but that's not true at all. FF has sold more than RE all the way through the PS3 era, and the Sony exclusive PS4 era is where everything went wrong. Yeah, I do think that, like, because I have seen some people say that, like, RE is more mainstream because it's zombies or whatever, but I'm like, I don't think that's inherent. That's not true. Final Fantasy was like the mainstream one, and RE was like relatively niche. RE just had exceptional IP management and a lot of great games back to back, and it just took off. We don't mean always, but these days RE is more popular now, right? But that you have to also acknowledge, though, why why RE is more popular, right? Why did RE go from being niche to more popular? Because survival horror as a genre, well, I don't know if you'd call RE survival horror anymore, but it's not inherently more popular than what FF is. But anyway, thank you, Kingdom Trigger, for the super chat. It's just good IP management. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to, I think. The same lesson applies when crossing continents. Whether it's calm or Cosmo Canyon, if you've been there before, you can fly. But if you haven't been there, you need to parachute down first. If there are unexplored areas within an area, the design allows you to parachute nearby and then explore. While maintaining high usability, those who want to use a parachute can, of course, do so as well. That's cool. That's cool, man. That's how Final Fantasy VII should be designed. That is exactly how it should be designed from the start. I don't understand dooming over this game series like I'm seeing. It's already tracking on Rebirth, did on its announcement. Yes, it is not doing RE numbers, but RE has been consistently building its brand again since RE7. FF7 and FF community in general have been mixed in the community. Clearly, this is one of the first time that doesn't seem to be the case on social media stuff. Like I said, I'm seeing more Zoomers get into it. It might do bad, but right now it's looking like it'll be the first FF sequel to not do bad. Yeah, I think Revelation is them kind of getting back on track, at least in terms of the promoting, for sure. Obviously, I think that we already kind of saw like rock bottom, and we're probably on the up climb from here. But we won't really know until Final Fantasy XVII. I feel like that's like more of the test of where FF is, more so than like whatever Revelation ends up landing, right? So for me, this doesn't really say where we're at. Anyways, let's continue the interview. So just like in the original version, there's a map of the Highwind as well. Hamaguchi, of course. The interior of the Highwind will be memorable for those who played the original version. So we've recreated that. But it's not just that. As you explore the world map, the interior of the Highwind will also be updated according to your progress. I love me an updated hub world, or an updated hub in this case, and the Highwind is going to be perfect for that. It will be decorated, and the crew's conversations will change. Some crew members will even give you orders like, go and do this. As you explore the world map, it constantly changes. So you'll likely feel like, let's go back to the Highwind once I progressed a bit in the game. In the story, after each story arc ends, there's a scene where everyone gathers on the Highwind to discuss what we should do next. So it serves as a kind of portal. That's pretty cool. In the original version, it took quite a while to unlock the Highwind. But how is it in this version? I can't go into too much detail, but you do get it relatively early in the game. I think everyone is really looking forward to see how the game starts, and it has a fun beginning that's typical of the third installment. So please look forward to that as well. And I think in another interview, he says like 5 to 6 hours we get it. So we'll take a look at that soon. I think that was the RPG site interview, right? Will we be able to travel around the entire world, including Midgar and Wutai, which we couldn't visit in Rebirth? Hamaguchi, you can fly freely everywhere. You can go to various islands, jump off from them, and explore freely. Of course, there are areas you can't go to, but basically, you can fly freely anywhere with the Highwind. Also, there was something I was constantly going back and forth with the development team saying, this is something I absolutely cannot compromise on. But when you reach the end, you suddenly find yourself going in the opposite direction. You start to feel like the star was actually round after all. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. So just like the OG world map, the world is round. It's not flat. I believe that's what I'm reading. And that's actually a huge detail. That's also really impressive technically to do. And yeah, I'm really excited about that. The world is not flat. The world actually does loop. I'm trying to think, how the hell did they do that on a technical level? Because that is such a complex thing to do. But I'm like really, really glad to know that. Flat Earther re-trilogy fans are in shamble. You say that, but like there probably are like I feel like FF7 is so polarized in so many different ways that there probably is someone out there like super mad that like their flat Earth, flat Gaia headcanon just got squashed with this. I really hope you get to interview Hamaguchi yourself this news cycle. Me too, man. Maybe okay. So twice now I posted like when I posted years back I want to interview Sakaguchi, it happened. When I posted I wanted to speak to someone who worked on Final Fantasy 15, it happened. Maybe I need to just tweet out I need to speak to Hamaguchi-san. Maybe maybe someone will just be like, okay, let's do that. I don't know. I'm trying to make it happen with Nomura, but like, I'm gonna be real. I don't think he takes interviews. Like, when's the last time he had like a proper interview? I don't even know. Other games in the Final Fantasy series also had world maps like that, right? That's right. So you can fly That's right. So you can fly freely around the world map in the high wind, jump down whenever you like, wherever you like, and explore the area. Will the areas that appear last time appear again this time? That was a really tricky point, but I also felt if we cut out a continent without a reason, we get a lot of angry responses. That is very true. They would definitely get a lot of angry responses. And it would also just be disappointing, right? Because you want that full freedom of the world. Even if we thought, surely no one will use Gingaga anymore, we couldn't cut it out unless it was for a very good reason. For example, we could have come up with a reason like, meteor fell and Gingaga disappeared. No, you could not have come up with that reason. But that would be a bit far-fetched, and users who were attached to it would be furious. Yeah, that would be ass. I would be very disappointed with that. Revoken, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm curious how different Revelation will be compared to Rebirth, at least in terms of content and quality. Capcom nailed that and earned huge trust. Yeah, for sure. I think that Revelation will be... I mean, it sounds like a very different gameplay experience than Rebirth altogether, right? Because Rebirth, you were mostly on foot, you were unlocking chocobos, and you were like doing like what people call the Ubisoft towers, right? But in this, you're flying around the world map, and you're diving down, and then you're going and exploring different parts of the world. This sounds fundamentally different, and it also sounds like, bluntly, just like a way more interesting game than I think Rebirth was in terms of like exploration, in terms of exploring the world. And that's not even like a slight at Rebirth necessarily. It's just to say that a fucking airship really makes a game fun and cool and like really interesting to explore. Like building an entire game around an airship is kind of fucking sick, actually. It's really sick. It's like the coolest thing ever. You know, name another AAA RPG where you have an airship and you can fly around an entire world and the world is actually round. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like a confined space. The world actually rotates. Thunder's Productions, thank you so much for 5 gift memberships. I appreciate it, dude. You're the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, like name another AAA game where you could do that. I mean, arguably Expedition 33, maybe, but that's like a traditional world map, right? Like, but this is like an open world. And I do think that like it is actually quite different. And I cannot name another AAA video game, another AAA RPG where you can actually fly around the entire planet. You know what I'm saying? And like jump out of an airship at any time. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for the super chat. Does anyone get the vibe that Hamaguchi wants to make a non-linear story game after this? I'm not a fan of branching narratives, but I do feel like him/Indo want a more Western RPG style narrative with FF17. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I've never seen, at least offhand, a Japanese developer actually do that. So I do think it would be pretty interesting if they did, but I don't think people would like that for Final Fantasy. I don't know how they'd feel about it, but I would certainly be open to it. I think it sounds pretty cool. But I think most people are kind of wanting Final Fantasy to get back on like track. So I feel like that might be too much of a deviation for people right now. You have to build trust again before you start making those type of drastic changes. He says, so basically, we decided to keep all the areas. However, if we kept all the areas in the previous games, there would be complaints like, there's just more for the sake of it, and we felt like we didn't offer a different space from Rebirth. It would diminish the appeal of the work, right? That makes sense. So does that mean the old areas are a little different in this game? Hamaguchi, just like in the original, weapons appear in this game, but they cause natural phenomenon similar to tectonic shifts around the world, changing the terrain in different ways. So while it has a similar atmosphere, the terrain is completely different from Rebirth, and the way you explore will also change. We've also included some novelty that you'll notice if you're familiar with the previous game. That is so sick, man. That is so sick. That is so cool. Because basically, like, that actually makes sense with the existing lore, right? Like, it doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel like, oh, they had to come up with something as an excuse. That is like the way the game's lore works. That's brilliant. Just a brilliant way of handling things. Klax, thank you so much for the super. I've got it. The hexagon's like a soccer ball. The game loads huge hexagonal sections of the world map and maps it to a flat hexagon. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, and that's how they make the world map actually round on a technical level. That's a really brilliant theory about that. I'm so curious about the tech behind how they actually make the actual world round. Because for those who aren't familiar with like the tech behind any of this, that is really fucking hard to do. That's not a trivial thing, which is why he said that he can't compromise on it. Hamaguchi says, one more thing about exploration is that in the previous game... Oh, wait. Did I not read the... Oh, wait. No, this is continuing. Okay. One more thing about exploration is that in the previous game, each area had a chocobo with abilities suited to the nature of the area's exploration, and these chocobos were placed in each area. However, in this game, you'll be traveling with a single chocobo named Pico throughout the game. As Pico grows, but first of all, Pico is back. Like, let's go. As Pico grows, the exploration changes. Towards the end, Pico will be able to fly anywhere and go freely. For example, the grasslands areas in the previous game was basically designed for exploring a flat world map. But in this game, as Pico grows, you can explore in space rather than on a flat plane. You can fly freely in the grasslands and even glide. And of course, you can also fly from above with a parachute instead of a chocobo. Pico becoming FF7's Boko is freaking cool. Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's basically the new Boko, 100%. This is so cool. Pico is Pico is getting a fucking glow up, bros. So map exploration can now be done only along so map exploration can now be done not only along vertical and horizontal axes, but also adding the axis of height. Even with the same map as the previous game, more spatial exploration is now possible. Players familiar with the previous game will be able to rediscover things like, I never knew the grassland could look like this in some places. In that sense, we've made sure to deliver a new experience to users, including in existing areas. Of course, it's not just the appearance and exploration that have been revamped. The content has also been updated. New quests have been prepared, so I think we've managed to create a game where areas from the previous game didn't feel like a rehash. This is so fucking cool. God, dude, this is so fucking cool, man. The Steelers 4190. Thank you so much for this super. We're going to find out that Pico was actually a gold chocobo. I think I think that actually makes sense. You're right. What if they tie Pico into like Knights of the Round? Will Pico be voiced by Ben Starr? I think that would actually be hilarious. I mean, he wants the voice of Chocobo, right? So I do think that'll be funny. I do hope that like Ben Starr like finds his way into Revelation somehow. I just think that'd be like a really cool thing to do. This game's adventure is designed to encourage side quests. You can enjoy exploring various locations right from the start. So being able to move freely in the Highwind means that the story progression is also left to the player to a certain extent in this... let me start over. So being able to move freely in the Highwind means that the story progression is also left to the player to a certain extent this time around. The main story follows a predetermined order. However, this is not the case for side content. For example, the weapons appear in the story have a somewhat fixed order in which they must be defeated. But weapons are not involved in the story, can be challenged at any time. It's okay to jump straight into the game early on, get beaten badly, and think this is impossible. This time, we've prepared a lot of side content that's almost as good as the main story. So we want users to be able to choose to play it while keeping the main story in mind. That's so sick. That's so sick. Fuck, that's so sick. This is exactly what I've been wanting them to do with things like all this time. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for another super. Wouldn't transferring FF7's asset to anything other than Unreal Engine be a huge pain? They can't waste all these assets. Please, SE, save money. Well, they can definitely transfer it to Unreal Engine 5. It would take some... they may have to rework some stuff, but it would be possible. Or Unreal Engine 6, I guess, since that's apparently in development. But I don't think that throwing all these assets away will come down to Unreal Engine. I think it'll just come down to whatever thing they choose to make next. Do you think Sapphire will be optional or required? Optional? Maybe an optional super boss? Since it's the new one, right? I guess making it the optional super boss might make more sense. No, because they made a point of that whole story sequence, right? So I feel like it will be a new story element. But I feel like if it is a new story element, they're going to do like the weird meta stuff with it, you know? Like the weird FF7 meta stuff. And like a bunch of things that definitely did not happen in OG will happen in that sequence of events. So I can definitely see that happening. Yeah, and we get to fight Knights of the Round, which we'll be talking about. I think that's in a different interview, though. So you're somewhat bound to the story, but there are also moments where you can act freely. That's right. Even when we're focusing on the story in certain scenes, we don't really stop the side gameplay. However, we do frequently include phrases where we say, "For now, please follow the story on this continent." So the structure there is similar to previous versions of the game. However, there are also some clear differences from the previous versions. In the previous game, the areas were unlocked one by one. It was only near the end that you realized it was all a connected space. In this game, however, once you get the Highwind early on, you can explore freely all the areas using the Highwind. That is awesome. That is awesome. So that means there are quite a lot of areas you can explore right from the start? That's right. So the difficulty levels of each area are mixed, and you might find that one area is easy, but the next one is incredibly difficult. Rather than trying to conquer one area all at once, the idea is to pick and choose what you want to do in each area as you go along. As you progress through the main story and become stronger, you might think, let's try this content again. Or as you wander around, a new quest might pop up and you might think, what should I do now? The amount of content is equal to or greater than that of the previous versions of the game. So, just like with Rebirth, you'll probably find yourself wondering where to start and figure things out as you play. Damn, dude. Damn, this is so awesome. This is so damn awesome. This is like the very opposite of the past 20 years of FF in terms of game design. This is really cool. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you so much for the super. We need a confirmation on classic unique enemies appearing like in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I need Tank Ceratops. Man, that would be very awesome. I do think that, you know, all the remaining ridiculous FF7 enemies will still show up in Revelation for sure. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for the super. How do you feel about them saying you can't experience all the side content in one playthrough? Not sure how I feel. I'm kind of okay with it because Re-Trilogy games have basically never been designed to be played once, right? Like, they're always games that are meant to be played and played again, right? So any choice that I made in my normal playthrough, I'm going to make the complete opposite choices in my hard mode playthrough, and that's going to make my hard mode playthrough even more enjoyable. Yeah, I think missables are good, depending on like what they are. And like, it's not even just like missables. It's like, it sounds to me like it's more like choices that you make. And so those choices can guide the narrative in different ways. So I think that could actually be fun and make the game more replayable. And we have chapter to select, right? So I'm sure you can just go back to those chapters and do a different thing. And yeah, it'll just give you more hours to spend with FF7 for years to come. So I don't think it's bad. Finita Sentiment, thank you for the super. They are pulling a Breath of the Wild and allowing us to explore anything when we feel like it. Yeah, and I think that's really cool, provided the fact that they can do something that Breath of the Wild couldn't, and that is also tell a really compelling, explicitly told narrative. And by explicitly told, I mean like through like fully animated scenes that are happening in like the current timeline, and not just kind of like flashback scenes in the way that Breath of the Wild was, and a lot of environmental storytelling and things like that. But like a Final Fantasy narrative with that level of freedom, it'll be truly impressive. Sleep Easy is in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Bro, I heard that you did like an 8-hour stream yesterday. Are you okay? How's your back? Jesus Christ, man. Anyway, moving forward. People who like to take detours might find it difficult to progress through the main story, the interviewer laughed. Hamaguchi, I really think so. For meticulous people in the previous game, you could play it by saying, I won't move on to the next area until I've completed this area completely. But I don't think that's possible this time. There are many areas to go, and there's a lot of content you can't tackle right away. I think it will come down to where to draw this line. Even during a full playthrough in development, it takes a considerable amount of time to see all the content. So we set conditions for ourselves like, this time we'll only do the main story. But if we try to do all the side content, we never make any progress on the main story. This is actually good, I'm going to be honest, because I think that Rebirth allowed people with too deep of a completionist mindset to ruin the game for themselves. Because anyone who is like playing Rebirth with the mindset of I need to 100% every zone before moving on, some people may enjoy that, but I think if I had to play the game like that, I would fucking hate it. I'd hate it. Because eventually, at some point, I would just want to move on with the story. I just want to, like, get to the fucking narrative, right? Because it's one of the main reasons that you play a Final Fantasy game is to experience the story. And so, for players to have, like, a push to, like, move the fuck on and continue the story, it's really good. I still don't understand the criticism. People just lack self-restraint with Rebirth. To be fair, Remake kind of taught the player that you need to 100% every chapter before you move on. So it does kind of fall back on Remake's design philosophy as for why people maybe felt a need to chapter max when they played Rebirth, right? Not to say that that's fully the answer, but I do feel like Remake kind of like made people feel like they needed to do that. And then when you find out that Rebirth, you totally don't need to do that, and that's actually maybe the worst way to play for a lot of people, then yeah. Because I think the best way to play Rebirth is to do a little bit of side content, but mainly focus on the main story, right? And then once you get to hard mode, you should focus on chapter maxing and side quest maxing and doing all that type of stuff. But right, like the first time around, I think you should only like hit up like the major quests, right, that are really interesting to you or that you find fascinating. But you should save most of the side content for post game, right? I think you're right, because Remake would tell you if you miss, there's no turning back. While in Rebirth, you could always go back. It's not like heavily set. Yeah, exactly, right? Like Remake was like, hey, if you don't do this this cat quest, you'll never be able to come back and do it. And it does actually unlock some options for you in another quest. So yeah, if you don't do this cat quest, then like you're fucked. You might as well delete your whole file. You know what I'm saying? And so I do feel like when you give that mentality for the first game, it feels like, oh, okay, well then I need to like do that again here. When Rebirth is like the total opposite, right? So anyway, so the scale of the open world has been scaled up even further. The term open world is a bit vague in its definition, but I feel that the scale of the game experience has clearly evolved to the next level compared to Rebirth. In that sense, I would like many people to check out this new style of open world game that comes after Rebirth. Awesome. Very awesome. Page 2. Oh, we got some super chats. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for another one. One thing I'm still nervous about is how Hamaguchi hasn't really addressed the side content design with checklists. I wish he explicitly mentioned organic exploration, no quest markers, optional dungeons. I agree. I feel like that is in there because everyone has talked about it, and Hamaguchi is chronically online enough to know that that we have talked about it. So I feel like I feel like he knows. I feel like he knows. I don't know if he's really addressed it in any of these interviews. Maybe he has as we go through it because there's just so many interviews. But we'll see. But I agree, though. I agree. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super. Remove checklist and let us find the content. Yeah, exactly. You know, my philosophy on this has always been essentially there should be quest markers, right? But the quest markers should only be used to essentially guide you to content that you can find organically, if that makes sense. So there may be some markers that point you to where a quest might be, and then you find it. And then when you're tracking that quest, you find things along the way that aren't on the map. Does that make sense? So there's a balance between these things are explicitly marked points on the map that give you kind of a starting place to go. And then as you go and find those marker points, that kind of organically just leads you into things that wouldn't be marked on the map as you kind of check your environment and surrounding. So, moving on, Vincent can switch between beast mode and human form with a single button. Sid is an attacker who excels at aerial combat. The released video around that, Sid and Vincent will be joining the roster. I'd like to ask a little about their character traits. From the video, it looks like Vincent mainly uses guns. No, it's not exactly that guns are the main weapon. They're a slightly different type, but they're closer to characters like Yuffie, who can handle both close and long-range combat. Vincent is a bit more of an attacker than Yuffie, and he's a human character who can switch freely between beast mode and human form. In the original FF7, Vincent's beast mode was a special state with a time limit, but in this game, there's no time limit. It's similar to Yuffie's shurikens. You can switch between beast mode and human form with the single press of a button. God. Okay, so it's not a limit break anymore. That's a lot different than the original game. Huh. Wait, hold on. Not sure if I have notifications set up for what. I don't see it. Anyway, moving on. You can control whether to make a character a close range attacker or long range. High damage attacker depending on the timing. I think that's what makes the character so enjoyable to play and will appeal to a lot of people. That sounds awesome. Dude, that sounds so fucking cool, man. Maybe the limit break invokes his other forms. Oh, that's true. That's true. I can definitely see that. It was a Streamlabs donation? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I have that turned off right now. Wait, hold on. I can actually see it. Hold on. I think I can see it from here. My bad. I have the notifications for it. Because when I switched off of Streamlabs, I can't see it no more. Oh, I see it now. Pee Pee Poo Poo, thank you for the $1. Do you like the idea of them combining 3 games into one single game after Revelation? They might call it Reunion this time. I think that would be very cool, but I couldn't feasibly see it happening. The reason I find it difficult to imagine is that combining those games together actually is an extraordinary technical challenge. Because they all have different stats and different ways of doing things. And so trying to stitch them all together would be crazy. Also, yeah, it would be like a 600 gigabyte game. But if they could do it, if there was like a Final Fantasy VII Remake Ultimate and like it combined them all into one, it'd be very cool. recollection would be work. Yeah, it'd be a lot of work, a lot of work. But if they ever could do it, it'd be cool. I just don't know if it'd be worth it for them. Vanita Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. I'm hoping if they remake Dirge, they have Vincent play like he will play in Revelation. I think if they remade Dirge, it would still be like a more like a shooter or something like that. Because I feel like the gameplay of the Re-Trilogy games only works if you have party members, right? And Dirge, you wouldn't really have party members. But so I feel like if they remade Dirge, it would still probably play different, but it'd probably be based on things he can do in the thing. Oh, let me stretch my back out a little bit. Oh, get out the chair. Okay. What about Sid? His fighting style seems to be the same as the original, using a spear, but what are some of his defining characteristics? Hamaguchi. He's an attacker who excels at flying and aerial combat, and he has many input techniques that can be performed in the air. While he's an attacker, he's also somewhat strong in support roles. To give an analogy, he's like an aerial version of Red 13. Now that's cool. If Red 13 is a ground type, then Sid is the aerial type, an attacker with slightly more specialized role. A tradition in the Final Fantasy series is the Dragoon's jump attack, because it allows for wide area attacks in midair. It excels at dealing with multiple enemies simultaneously. It's set within development team that it's incredibly useful for players who enjoy optimizing battle logic and efficiency. Yeah, I think that this is why, me personally, I don't care for a jump button in like the FF7R games, right? I think that it should always depend on the character and their job in the game, if they can jump or if they need to jump. And I think that like Yuffie and characters like Sid will have enough air tech to be fine. Sia Dev, thank you so much for the tier 1. I don't think the other forms of Vincent will be his limit break. In the gameplay trailer, you can see one front of his ATB bar, one in front of his ATB bar. I guess this shows in which state his monster form he is in. Yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense. So it's like maybe it's like maybe a meter that you can build up to and then transform into different forms of some sort. That would also be interesting. People want a jump button for exploration mostly instead of context dependent actions. I think that like usually what I see it is like a jump button in combat. That's usually what I see people talk about it with. But in the video, there was a scene where Vincent and Sid become incredibly powerful when they work together. Is this similar to the cooperation ability from last time? Yeah, it's synergy. That's right. There are cooperative elements between Sid and Vincent, as well as between them and other existing characters. Sid and Vincent are newly added this time, but I hope you'll enjoy freely combining them with the existing characters as well. For example, you could try combining Sid and Barret. You can try combining Sid, Barret, and Yuffie for long-range attacks. I hope you'll freely design your party. So, right then and there, he kind of mentions a cloutless party, which is something that obviously is going to happen in Part 3. Sid, Barret, and Yuffie. So, which actually does sound like a really fun party to use. The goal is to allow each player to choose their own way of playing. The new Wear feature will also significantly change the role of the character. Speaking of battles, it was announced that a new Wear system will be added in this game. Could you tell us more about it? When we were thinking about what to do with the battle system in the third game, I discussed with Battle Director Indo that the only way to expand it was through add-ons. It was the same way we went from Remake to Rebirth, but when you cut out the existing battle system and put in something new, you inevitably get negative reactions. Hamaguchi? What if I told you that's also true of like the rest of the Final Fantasy series? What if I told you that that's not just how people would react to like 7, but like to Final Fantasy as a whole? So even then, we couldn't remove commands from the ATB and action fusion that we created in the first game. So we added combination techniques as an add-on. I feel like Hamaguchi is vaguely calling out the management of the franchise with that statement. Yeah. 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 There will undoubtedly be a certain number of people who say, that's what I liked about it. So it's certainly a difficult question. So this time, we also considered adding an add-on, but both the remake and Rebirth were already highly acclaimed, and in a sense, the battle systems were nearing a completion, so we wondered what we could add to them. And that's true, by the way. Like, it's really difficult for me to imagine when I was playing Rebirth, what else could they add to this system to elevate it, but also not make it so convoluted that nobody could really play it anymore or really enjoy themselves with it, because there's just too many systems and too many things going on. And it seems like their answer to that, their answer has been to add a job system. That's when Indo came up with the idea of Where, inspired by the job change system of the FF series. The characters in Final Fantasy VII have defined personalities, and their roles tend to be fixed. For example, Cloud is an attacker, but with the job change, it becomes possible to create combinations like being more warrior-oriented, but also able to use magic. This makes it easier to combine characters that were previously difficult to choose due to their fixed roles. It also doesn't overlap with existing systems or functions, and it all started with the idea of, that sounds interesting. I still don't know how I feel about a job system in Final Fantasy VII. I feel like Final Fantasy VII should be unemployed. You know, it's a regular old unemployed Final Fantasy, so to speak. Sorry, I bumped the mic. But yeah, I don't know if Final Fantasy VII should have a job. I think Final Fantasy VII should be on unemployment. It would be cool if Sid was able to obtain Aerith Staff and then forge it into a sphere. That would be cool. As a job system slut, I have to disagree with you. Fair. It sounds like a light job system from the sound of it. Yeah. I'm not saying it's bad though. I'm just saying I'm like, for FF7, that's kind of crazy. But I'm not against it. I just don't know how I feel about it yet. Part of me thinks that it's like a test for FF17, which I feel like will use this system plus a job system. And they're just kind of experimenting around with it. But who knows? FF7 needs to stay on welfare? Yeah, absolutely. FF7's not supposed to have a job? What the fuck? I think it's mostly cosmetic with movesets, that's it. That makes sense. That's probably what it is. It's not jobs enough to justify its existence, IMO. That's also fair. Like I said, I don't know enough about it to really have a firm take. So I'm kind of just playing off like the vague idea of a job system. I agree with you. For FF7, there was no job system at all, but if they can pull it off, I might like it. Yeah. Like I said, I feel like I don't know enough about it or have experienced it yet to like really have like a firm take on it one way or the other. But it's not something I'm closed-minded to. I'm pretty open to the idea of it. It just really is going to come down to how it feels. But also, too, I do kind of want the option to not change their outfits. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could equip Black Mage, but aesthetically, I'm still wearing Cloud's soldier uniform. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want important moments to happen and I'm wearing like some ridiculous outfit for Cloud. You know what I'm saying? Like, Yeah, I feel like that would look. They already confirmed that. Okay, I haven't seen that yet, but I wouldn't want that. Transmog for outfits and weapons are confirmed. Okay, okay, I didn't see that. That's cool. I'm glad because I don't want like yeah, I don't want like silly outfits on during during important story scenes. Honestly, I'm be real. I'm probably never going to. I'm probably gonna turn that off. Then I'm probably just gonna transmog to like their default outfits because I don't feel like I'm into like the job uniforms really. You can see that from the in the gameplay trailer. Same for materia presets. Okay. Since it stems from a job change, does that mean you have a wide variety of clothing styles? Hamaguchi. That's right. But this is where Indo's genius comes in. Usually with systems like this, the number of jobs increases gradually as the game progresses, and the stronger jobs are unlocked in later stages of the game. That's kind of the balance of design you get, right? We are considering placing new clothing items as rewards here as a way to guide the system. However, Indo said, the moment the clothing system is unlocked, I want all the clothing items for all characters at once. All of them? Everything. Not little by little, but all at once. His intention was that if you unlock things little by little, Cloud would always start with warrior attire, then Kate Sif would have mage attire, and so on, while making it seem like you're actually walking on a game design prepared by the creators. In the end, it balances out with everyone will change it like this way. In the end, it balances out with everyone will change it like this way. This anyway. Instead, we want users to decide for themselves. I want Cloud to fight in this kind of role, and that's why we unlocked all the outfits at once at the beginning of the game. There are 4 outfits in total, and all 4 are unlocked for all the characters. You can delve into the deeper outfits in conjunction with the skill tree. We had a strong vision of letting users decide for themselves which outfit to use for which character, so we went along with that. Wow. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for another super. 100% getting AC and KH outfits for Clown. I think that this is the excuse. I think this is the excuse for getting, yeah, the AC outfits. I do think that we'll 100% get. I don't know if we'll get the Kingdom Hearts one, but I feel like 1000% for sure that the Advent Children outfit is coming and it will be like its own job. I do feel that way 100%. But in order for the Kingdom Hearts outfit to come, Kingdom Hearts would have to exist, and I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think Kingdom Hearts is gonna happen. There is no Heart of the Kingdom, chat. Roy Mustang, thank you so much for a super. Only 4 outfits, 4? Yeah, so there's only 4 jobs, I believe. So it's not a full job system. I think it was Panda Eyes who said it's a part-time job system. I think that's like a good way to describe it. And that also, again, makes me feel like, is this a test for Final Fantasy XVII, right? We'll just put 4 jobs in the Final Fantasy VII Revelation. And, yeah, so 4 kits doesn't necessarily mean only 4 outfits because they confirmed outfits from Rebirth are returning as well. Right. So in terms of cosmetics, there are a lot more cosmetics possible. 4 jobs, but 4 unique outfits per character, so more like 32 outfits tied to fits alone, plus cosmetic outfits too, right? It's 4 jobs plus multiple outfits that you get from quests, right? 4 per 8 characters, 30 equals 32 jobs. Okay. So wait, is it 4 jobs per character? Or is it only 4 jobs? My interpretation is that there's only 4 jobs. Oh, 4 per character? Oh. 4 jobs per character is fucking crazy. That is a job system. That's a full ass job system then. The Steelers, thank you so much for the super job system being tested for Final Fantasy IX remake. I would love to say yeah, but I don't think so. I do think FF9R is swimming with the fishes right now, honestly. Wait, is it 4 job systems? 4 unique jobs per character? Fucking peak, yeah. No, it's just 4 jobs. I saw it in an interview. Okay, wait. No, each character has... Well, okay. I don't know. Hold on. I mean, well, the source here is literally this interview. So what the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. Um, Again, the phrasing I'm saying is 4 characters all have... Each character has 4 jobs, but there's probably the same 4 jobs for everyone. Maybe. Okay, let's just keep reading the interview. But ultimately, I just want to say that I think that this is really fucking cool. I think this is really cool. It's something that, in terms of how it fits with FF7, remains to be seen for me. But I think that more than anything, this is probably a test for Final Fantasy XVII, maybe having a return to the job system. So, Roy, thank you for the super. It can't just be 4 jobs. FF3 had 22 jobs. Well, yes, but at the same time, a lot of jobs are evolutions of other jobs, and it was also easier to make a job back then than it is in like a complex system like this. So anyway, moving on. So the fighting styles will vary greatly from player to player, right? That's exactly what we're aiming for. There are already a huge number of character combinations, but the outcome also changes depending on which outfit you put on which character. So there will be difference between players. In that sense, I should have mentioned that. I should have mentioned this from the beginning. But the concept of this game is determination. I'm pretty sure that it's like resolution. Ketsui, yes. Which can also be translated as determination or resolution. But typically it's resolve is also another one. And resolve has kind of been the terminology that they've been using in the kind of more official English translation. So again, Ketsui can also mean decision, but resolve is another way that you can translate Ketsui. And yeah, so resolve is what he's using there in terms of like the official word that they use in the English vernacular for all of the game's official stuff. They translate it as resolve on the SGF stage, yeah. So in all the official translations, they're using resolve. And I'm pretty sure that resolve may have been one of the 3 options that they mentioned that as a potential name for the 3rd part of FF7R. So I do feel like resolve makes a lot of sense. Resolve and resolution can both be nouns, by the way. That's true. Anyway, going back, in that sense, I should have mentioned this from the beginning, but the concept of this game is resolve. In the story, Cloud and his friends face their final battle, confronting the burdens they carry and a firm resolve to face it. Actually, it's like really funny that this sentence ends up translating it as resolve. For us creators, this is the finale, so we approach it with the determination to bring it to a definite conclusion. Yeah. And again, both of these uses here, I'm sure, let's see if it actually uses Kitsui. Yeah, it does. It uses Kitsui here and it uses Kitsui here. But for whatever reason, when you translate it to English, it will use the word resolve here and the word determination here. But to be fair, you know, it's in this context, it's fairly interchangeable, I think. Similarly, we want users to have confidence to choose their own gaming experience. We don't want developers to set things up and guide them in a way that makes them feel like they're making the choice. We want users to choose for themselves. Considering the cost effectiveness and expenses, we were tempted to say, this outfit will be rewarded for defeating this boss. But we decided to go against that. Yeah. Yeah, I completely understand. I completely understand. This system seems like it would appeal to people who like changing jobs. That's right. The wear not only affects parameters, but it also increases the actions and skills available during battle, which can be further expanded through the skill tree. This broadens the range of battle strategies, so I think it's a game that many people will enjoy. Zack's role is to naturally convey to the player that this world is a little different from Origins. The fuck? Kono sekai ga original wa chotto chigau. Okay. Yeah, it's to convey that like this world is slightly different than the originals. At least that's the way I think that's meant to be read. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be original game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What's happening here is that it's translating this word, which is well, I guess no, it's saying origin here. Yeah. この世界が origin とちょっと違う. Yeah. This world's origin is a bit different. And Zack is a natural way to convey that. And he has an important role in this version of the game. Okay. Well, I don't know what they mean, what that headline means in Japanese either. Because it is saying the word. Yeah, it is basically saying it. I do think it means the original game. They probably mean originaru. Yeah, I think so too. But I think that's what it means. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for this super. I'm glad they say resolve, because to me that almost confirms that Aerith will die, because what the fuck is resolve? You don't need heading to the final battle if your dead girlfriend can just come back to life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I don't think she's coming back. Maybe. But I think if she was coming back, it'd be in like the ending, right? Like I don't think she would come back in like the middle of the game. But I also don't think they're reviving Aerith. But maybe they are. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Right now, though, my official stance is I don't think they're reviving Aerith. But yeah, I don't think they're reviving Aerith. But I don't know. But you know, principally I agree though that like obviously if Aerith came back to life in the middle of Revelation, it would kind of undermine, oh, we need to go get Sephiroth, if like the most devastating thing that Sephiroth does to you personally from the POV of the player is take one of your party members from you, then I feel like that would be kind of whack, you know? But whether the ultimate goal is to give like Zack and Aerith a happy ending or something, then I don't really have a take on that specifically. But that is an interesting thing to postulate about for sure. Roy, thank you for the super chat, bruh. FF5 released in 1992 and had 26 jobs. Dragon Quest 7 released in PS1 and had 54 jobs. 20 human plus 34 monsters. What is the point of having only 4 jobs? Well, first, I think I need to see the system in full before I understand like what they're going to do. And I'm still unclear if it's 4 jobs per character or if it's 4 jobs. So we need to first understand that, because I don't know which one of those it is right now. But I think if it's just 4 sub jobs, it could still be interesting. But basically, it's hard to compare it to pixel games, because to like a full action RPG in 4K, because the amount of cost and animation work that has to be done, yeah, from 2026 compared to 1992 is quite a great deal different. You know, especially when all you had to do back then was just do a different sprite, right? Now you have to have a concept artist draw different clothes, and then you have to have someone model those clothes, and then you have to have an animator and like someone to do physics to make sure the clothes are right. You have to have someone texture the clothes, and then you have to test the job and the balancing, and then you have to do several different animations to like reflect the job. Whereas like before, like you change out like a couple of you just like recolor the fucking sprite, you draw over the sprite and make it different, and that was the job, and you got access to different commands, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, it's a lot different nowadays. Vanita's Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. I think she'll be in the live stream sequence, but only for that and the summoning of Holy. That being said, I hope that Cloud and Zack finally get their bro moment. Yeah, I think they got like a really strong bro moment in Rebirth, but I think they're gonna give them like a stronger broer moment in Revelation for sure. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for another one for sure. I'm not trying to pick on people that want all the characters to live happily ever after, but I'm curious what the message of the story would be then. I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people do want that. I can't say that personally. I'm looking for the happily ever after type ending. it's not. I think FF7 OG's ending is already pretty happy to me. But I know some people disagree with that, and I think that's fair if you want to disagree with it. But I think that FF7 OG's ending was like happy enough. If you like read the subtext of it. And I know some people like read into Katase's statement where humanity dies, but I actually think that if humanity did die, that would kind of make FF7's ending even more cinema than it, than it already is. Because I feel like the coolest message that you could send, and this is why that I like the fact that OG's ending is somewhat ambiguous. I like the idea that we might not be here if we don't stop fucking up the planet. Like, there is a real chance that humanity will just be gone. Mother Nature will come and reclaim itself and will be wiped off. And that's just the end of it. So, obviously, if you read into the OG's ending, it's obvious that Cloud and everyone survived, right? Because if humanity... There's no way humanity would die from the meteor's impact, but, like, Nanaki is still alive, right? It doesn't make any sense. So, I feel like the OG's ending is happy enough, but even if you went with like the more devastating interpretation of OG's ending, I would still kind of be like, this shit is tight. Like, let people think for a second. Wait, did we survive? Right? Like, did we survive fucking up the planet continuously so that we could live more comfortable lives? You know what I'm saying? That's a theme that's reoccurring in FF7, right? Does our comfort matter more than the longevity and the life of the planet? I think that you are more directly confronted with that reality when, at the very least, you have to pause and think if humanity survives. And I think if you don't have to pause and think about that aspect at all, then the gravity of the ending is kind of removed for me. So I think if everyone just has like a happy ending and it just shows everyone being happy, then for me, it's not going to have the same weight. And FF7 is probably one of my favorite endings in media, which I know is a controversial statement. But I think FF7 OG's ending is a fucking masterclass. Magda Mughal, thank you so much for the 777. Hi, Kupo. I think the ending will be bittersweet. Thank you for everything you do for the community. Oh, thank you so much, Mag. I really appreciate that. You're such a sweetheart. Mako did make Lives better. Cloud and remake. Those themes and writings is so much better in the remake than OG, to be honest. Shinra did nothing wrong. I like how those two messages are right next to each other. I think the happy ending some people want is actually ending Sephiroth, preventing AC. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super. I can see that. It seems that we might have a preventing Advent Children type situation happening, or maybe not preventing, but like, because Hamaguchi did say something, and we'll talk about that next after this interview, that I think is like really crazy. Zach's role is to naturally convey to the player that this world is a little different from the original, I think. He is expected to play an even more important role in this game. By the way, Vincent and Sid, are Vincent and Sid the only two characters joining the roster? Hamaguchi. The battle will only be the main characters. The battle members will only be the main characters. The goal of the remake series is basically to revive characters from the original version, so I don't think creating and adding new characters would be what fans want. So much for that rumor, huh? However, at key points in the game, just like in the previous game, Zack will make appearances, and other guest characters will join as playable characters, and these elements are incorporated into the story. That being said, The basic style is to thoroughly customize and control the main characters. Very interesting. So there are going to be guest party members. Intriguing. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for another super. I feel like the easiest way to see the taste of different fans when it comes to the story is, was Zack's death more impactful in OG or Crisis Core? That's true. But a lot of people join in at different points and have different preferences on FF7 story, you know? So it's kind of hard to... I mean, this is why, you know, Nomada said that there are so many different versions of FF7 that live in people's heads, right? Because so many events have been portrayed differently, and everyone has their own version of those events that they prefer. So, Zack will be appearing in this game. Hamaguchi, I'm glad you asked. Zack is often talked about in overseas media, but his role in the FF7 Remake series is to tell the story of a slightly different worldview and setting from the original through him. There are some slightly different elements between the original and the remake series. The previous game depicted the existence of multiple timelines. Interesting. But directly stating that in words would spoil the appeal, wouldn't it? Zack plays that role again in the game, so his screen time is even greater than before, and he's provided as an even more important part of the gameplay experience. Interesting. Interesting. And for those who don't know any Japanese, fukusu, multiple, plural,
複数
and seikaisen, world line.
世界線
Yeah. Anyway. Granted, this is in quotation marks here, so you can read into that whichever way you want to read. Steins Gate, yeah, that's what I thought of. Speaking of which, Reno of the Turks also appeared in the video, right? He didn't have any lines this time, but as a replacement voice actor already been decided. Hamaguchi, it's decided. Zalafrax, I believe that's how you said. Thank you so much for the super. Playable Genesis. Only if they're based enough. Vinny Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. I hope Zack gets another segment in the simulator, because bullying the Mind Flyer with High Braver was super satisfying. Yeah, I'm sure that, like, they are going to make Zack and Sephiroth and basically every FF7 character possible playable in the simulator this time around. And I think there's going to be some really cool stuff that they do with VR, because now they can basically do any fucking fan matchup that they want. World line is just a Japanese colloquialism for multiple worlds or timeline or whatever. It isn't a term used in the Western Anglosphere, right? I also think too that I mean, we kind of have, like, well, I don't know if that's true. I was going to say that, like, we're probably, like, a little bit more hung up on the specifics of that idea. But I don't fully know if I can say that that's true. But it feels like we are. But I'm also more lost in this sauce than I am in, like, you know, Japanese discourse. So who's to say? Who will be playing the role? We'll talk about that another time. So, are there substantial lines of dialogue? Yes, we definitely have it this time. As this is the third and final installment, we've made sure to depict the exploits of not only Reno, but also Elena, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to say, and the other Turks, so please look forward to that as well. Continuing onward, it also includes elements that complement the world of the work, such as stories related to Wutai that couldn't be fully depicted in the original version. Speaking of the Turks, will Wutai also make an appearance in this film? This film? What the hell? What did they translate that from? Oh, they translated Konsaku. Yeah, this work. Okay. I was like, yo, what the fuck are you saying? This film. Okay. Will Wutai also make an appearance in this work? Wutai is not just featured properly, it's also featured thoroughly and completely. Okay, so lots of Wutai. Okay, I think Wutai might be the biggest region in this game, 100%. 100%. Because, you know, I mean, it has like that whole corner of the continent to like itself. So, or like little like island, archipelago, whatever you call it. I don't know. I don't know my geography. But yeah, Wutai is definitely going to be huge in this game. Because just the region where Wutai is like depicted alone, right? In the original game, if you expand that out to the type of scale that the Re-Trilogy games have, it's probably going to be massive. Are there any differences in the storyline compared to the original version? In the original version, despite being set up as a place of conflict with the Shinra Company, it was depicted as a place with a peaceful atmosphere. That's right. Just like in Rebirth, the Shinra Company, Wutai, Cloud, and Avalanche, various organizations, are all moving forward with their own agendas and believing in their own sense of justice. With meteors floating in the sky and another threat looming in the form of a mysterious weapon, this work portrays with more realism than the original how their missions intersect and lead to the final conclusion. Locations like Wutai, which weren't essential in the original, are included to enhance the story and allow these points to be fully explored. For example, Gungaga area in Rebirth was well received by users, and by adding events that weren't in the original game, such as Tifa sharing some thoughts in the mental world, users were able to understand the story more easily. In that sense, Wutai has a very politically charged storyline. I mean, yeah, of course. You look at everything surrounding Wutai, and it's absolutely going to be a pretty politically charged story. They've already been kind of building to that since Remake, you know, when they blamed Avalanche, and the Avalanche is part of like Wutai, essentially. Is it said like Luke Tall? Is that how you say it? Thank you so much for the super. Playable Rufus plus Darkstar versus a certain boss, please. Dude, that would actually be crazy. I actually do think we should have playable Rufus, and it's something that you can already do in the mods. So if we could actually get playable Rufus in the VR, I think that would actually be like really cool. Like I said, like if possible, I feel like in VR they should make like just like dumb characters like playable, not like dumb characters, but like dumbass choices. You know what I'm saying? Like you could play as like fucking anybody type shit. If that's possible, then I think they should just do it. Don't forget that Cloud's dad the barefoot guy has ties to Wutai. Glenn, that was his name. Glenn Clouds, that confirmed. I wonder if they will confirm something like that in this game. Playable weapons, that would be so ridiculous. Rufus and the Turks have suspiciously expansive movesets, like Galleon Beast in Rebirth, which is stands for Vincent now. Yeah, yeah. VR should have a mode that lets you set up custom battles. Dude, that's so true. That would be fucking awesome. That'd be such a great quality of life feature. And also, that would be great for like streaming and such. Yeah, Glenn is dead. And what we see in Rebirth is like Genova Glenn, right? At least my understanding. But I don't know. Will they reveal that Glenn is Cloud's dad? I think the timeline for that doesn't line up anyway. So I don't think that Glenn is... I don't know if Glenn is supposed to be Cloud's dad, but that, my God, does that motherfucker look like what I imagine Cloud's dad to fucking look like? Like, I don't, like, if Glenn isn't Cloud's dad, then it's kind of like, what the fuck does Cloud's dad look like? Yeah, Rufus shoots Glenn in the back, right? Yeah. That customized battle mode would be sick, especially since they are pushing freedom of choice and customization. Yeah, I agree, Sleep Easy. He's not his dad. Yeah, I know, because I've already spoken to a lot of like expert lore heads on this stuff about like why the timeline and stuff doesn't line up and why it wouldn't make sense. It's fair, but holy fuck does that motherfucker look like he is Cloud's dad? Like, why did they make him like that? Why did they make him look so much like he is meant to be the father of Cloud Strife? I don't know. I don't know. But they made him so deeply look like that was his role that it throws people off. It makes people think that he's supposed to be because he looks so much like that's what he's supposed to be. All of this is great and all, but my only takeaway I saw briefly on Twitter is that Queen's Blood is black and Red is the main character of that storyline. Queen's Blood story, Rebirth story. Fair enough. Speaking of which, and this is a bit of a digression, is there any possibility that any of the people involved with the deep ground, or involved with deep ground, it should say, that appear in Intergrade will make an appearance? This time, the Midgar area will also be featured, and you'll be able to explore it. So I hope we can meet your expectations, including the character whose names you mentioned. Conversely, I'd like to ask about things that didn't appear in the video. For example, will Rocket Town appear in this work? Of course, it will appear. In terms of the storyline, Rocket Town was originally meant to be depicted in Rebirth, but when we consider the structure, we concluded that it'd be better to move it to the third game. He will visit it. They will visit it toward the end of the story, but it has been incorporated into the story of Revelation from the beginning, and I think it will turn out very well. So, Rocket Town is confirmed for everyone who has been worried about it. Andrew Brown, thank you for the super chat. If my thing would stop bouncing around. Can't wait for Yuffie to find out Rufus is in charge of both sides, just like Palpatine. I think that's also going to be a great moment, right? Because remember that Shinra has been placing the blame on Wutai, and that's something that Yuffie takes really personally. So I do think that that's going to be great. This film, there's going to be a movie? No, there's not going to be a movie. Just to clarify for anyone who missed it earlier, the word used in the Japanese is the word konsaku, and konsaku means like in this work, right? Like, yeah, this work. And A lot of the times it's used in film terminology, but they also use it in video game terminology. And so Google Translate thinks to translate that as I was trying to look for the word in the thing. It uses San Sakume. Yeah. Sanbu Sakume, which means like the third part. Yeah. So but it translates it as film. But it's not film. It means just a work in general. Usually it is used with film, but again, it can also be used with games. Anyways, what about Underwater World? The Underwater World will also appear in the story. I can't give you any specific details, but I hope you'll look forward to seeing how it's depicted in this work. Also, this is related to the original version, but the scope of this revelation is right around the time when you can obtain the summoned materia Knights of the Round. It didn't appear in the previous 2 games, but what about this time? Regarding Knights of the Round, I think there's no way we're not going to remake it. After all, for fans of the original, it's one of the unforgettable, iconic elements. In a sense, it's not so much because this is the 3rd installment in the series, but rather because it's a discussion that has come up frequently throughout the series. We are developing it with the intention of creating content that lives up to that. So I hope you'll look forward to seeing how it is expressed in the actual game. So, yeah, should go without saying, but obviously Knights of the Round is going to be there. There's no way that they wouldn't put Knights of the Round in this game. Imagine a Knights of the Round boss fight. Probably has more phases than Rebirth's 14-phase Sephiroth fight. Yeah, I know. It's not just about Cloud and someone else, but it depicts the relationships of each and every character. I know this is a question I've asked before, but the story really does conclude with this installment, right? Of course, it will be a conclusion. I am confident in this ending, and I feel that I am glad we were able to bring it to a proper conclusion. I think everyone is interested in whether it will follow the original story or if something will change. But as the conclusion of a series that has taken more than 10 years to complete, I believe I can provide everyone with an ending that I, as the director, can be satisfied with. I hope you will play it and experience for yourself what kind of ending it is. This is a very interesting statement, because it's basically saying like, hey, something will change, but also maybe not actually. You know, you can kind of read into this either way, but I do think that they are clearly building up that something is going to change, whether that means to the extent of we're going to have a brand new ending, that things that didn't happen in the OG game are going to happen here in Revelation, or whether that's like, you know, like different things happen revolving around the ending. There's an epilogue now. That's all like completely up in the air. He's saying buy the game and find out. Yeah. That's what he's really saying. You know, he's not giving any of this away. He's trying to tell you that, hey, if you really want to know, buy the game. Other than that, leave me alone, you know? Yeah, that's what he ultimately means. In the previous game, events changed based on the affections level system. Is that system also used in this game? Regarding this, there are some differences between Rebirth and this game. I put a lot of thought into the game design of the previous game, and I'm very happy with it. I don't think if I repeat the same things, it'll be appreciated by users in the same way. It's precisely because there are new changes in evolution that a work can be praised as challenging, so I don't think that simply sticking to a good format is always the best approach. The affection system in previous installments basically focused on Cloud depicting the story and game experience primarily through his perspective. So the affection system was portrayed as Cloud's affection level with someone else. However, in this game, while Cloud is an important protagonist, the focus isn't solely on him. Instead, the policy is to give each character some degree of attention and develop them thoroughly. Whether or not to make it visible to users as a numerical element like likability is another discussion. But the side elements prioritize which character each user wants to delve deeper into and learn more about. We've made a game where players can see how that intention is reflected in the gameplay. So I think it will be a slightly different experience from the previous game. So yeah, it seems like the affection system is not returning in this game. If each player delves deeper into their own character, then it seems like each player will have a different experience with the ending. For example, are there any branching endings? Hamaguchi. I don't think ending the story with multiple endings is what users are looking for with this game. That's pretty much true. We all want that well-defined ending. Rather, as creators, we should provide a single conclusion that we can say, this is the end of the FF7 Remake series. That's why we don't want the main story to be swayed by the user experience. However, the side elements that expand upon that should be tailored to each player's individual game experience. It has to be a decisive choice, meaning that if a choice doesn't have weight to it, it's not really a choice. After all, if you can do it later anyway, it doesn't really matter which one you do first, does it? Good point. So the side elements that enrich the main story go as far as to change the storytelling itself in the gameplay depending on the user's choices. Each player will have a different approach, and as a result, the story itself will be different for each player. That's a clear difference from the previous game. Rather than one being better or worse, I think it's different in the game's concept. The previous game emphasizes that you could have the same experience no matter what order you played it, so you could play whatever you liked without worry. However, what we're emphasizing in the game is decisive choices. So depending on your choice, there may be stories you can't see and events you can't learn about. In this game, we deliberately created such elements to make the user's experience of choosing different from the previous game. Subtext, what's good, my guy? Y'all are hyped for this trash? Couldn't be me. It's alright. It's alright. Is it just me, or does any other Koopos feel excited and sad this is all coming to an end? It's actually crazy, man, because we've been doing this shit for like a decade, right? Like, if you count the lead up from Remake Part 1 till now, it's been 11 years, right? Because that was revealed in 2015. It's crazy that we just been talking about all this for this long. I'm really more worried, concerned, excited, interested in what comes after Remake, because the Final Fantasy series is probably going to go through some pretty huge transformations after that. So I don't know what's happening after that. So yeah, the choice bit is interesting here. It sounds to me more like there's going to be like some really well fleshed out in-depth side content, and those side contents are going to have really interesting branching stories. And that sounds really cool. But it's not going to affect the overall story of Cloud and the main characters, I think. What has you most happy from what you've read? The philosophy around the airship and how much freedom they're giving the players from the start, and the balance between the main story content and the Side story. I'm glad the remake project is ending. Square can't dedicate an entire section of the business to a decade-long remake trilogy that so far has seemingly only had diminishing returns, with each new entry being divisive since day one, and not in the way that creates interest, just in a way that fans constantly fighting way. Yeah, I do think that like a new original game, maybe what one could call like a versus epic, perhaps. I think something like that as a trilogy would have probably generated more excitement, because it would have been something like new, you know? And it probably would have like went further on that premise. But I guess that has already sailed for them. And so, yeah, I don't know if they should ever do a trilogy again. I think that trilogies for Final Fantasies are probably done at this point. I think that each Final Fantasy game here on out is probably going to have to be its own game, like singular game, which is basically how things were prior to Tin 2. So maybe not a trilogy, but a duology. That's possible. We will definitely not reduce the number of minigames. However, we want to make them easy to play for people who are not good at them. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to make anyone happy. This is another question about an element that was in the original version, but is the slapping contest still there? I am also a fan of the original version, Hamaguchi says. So I remember the slap. But to be honest, it didn't leave a very strong impression on me when I first joined this remake project. However, as we worked on Remake and Rebirth, we realized there were a lot of fans who were looking forward to it. So I felt like we couldn't cut corners. We put a lot of effort into it, so I hope you'll look forward to it. So, slapping, the slap fight between Tifa and Scarlet is still there. Easy mode is confirmed, but a hard mode is confirmed for mini games too, so everyone wins. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Are most of the mini games from the original version still included, including the slapping game? That's right. People have said there are too many mini games, but I have no intention on reducing the number of mini games in this FF7 remake series. That is because the original FF7 had a lot of mini games, and that diversity is what fans have come to appreciate. However, the idea of not inheriting elements from the original series never crossed my mind, and I will never waver on the fact that this series is a game overflowing with diverse minigames. I just believe that by adjusting how it's played, we can make it less stressful for many people. I learned a lot from Rebirth, and I've incorporated that into this game. For example, in the previous game, minigames are often linked to battle progression and trophies, but I've streamlined that and made it easier to understand. So it sounds like Hamaguchi's resolution for people not liking the number of minigames was to make the minigames more optional than they were previously. So you don't have to do the minigames now more than ever. So if you want to skip them, if you don't want to do them in order to get like better gear, get better anything, any type of rewards, it seems like you don't have to do that. So for anyone looking for that, I think that's going to be pretty good. I mean, it's truly optional content now. And you don't even have to do it to get the trophies, which I think means most people aren't going to fucking do it at all. You know? The whole argument around minigames is never approached properly by anyone. Were there too many? Maybe. Were there too many that required you absolutely perfect toy and you had to do all of them to finish an area and gain access to new content like Gilgamesh or some fun materia and items? That is a problem, because then it is disingenuous to just say skip them. Oh, perfectly. Yeah, you have to play absolutely perfectly. Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Um, so the minigame element reduces the impact on the schedule outside of the game, right? We try to make the rewards for the minigames as self-contained as possible within the minigames themselves, and we focused on enhancing usability with things like character skins that aren't related to battle strategy. Conversely, we grouped the battle elements that players really wanted to do into battle-oriented side content to create a clear distinction, making it easier for people who don't want to play those things to choose them. We've made two further improvements. First, just like the battle system has easy and normal modes, we've added easy and normal modes to minigames. Second, for those who don't enjoy playing minigames, we've added a function to skip them. For example, people might ask, why can't you skip minigames when you can skip cutscenes and not see the story? So we've included a feature where you can try them out briefly, and if you decide they're not for you, you can skip them and they'll be marked as complete. What? Wait, what? What? Like, even if you have to do that minigame like the first time in the story, you can skip it? I hope I'm not reading. I hope I'm reading that wrong. I hope I'm like interpreting that wrong, because otherwise, I feel like that's like, oh, Kingdom Trigger, I missed your super chat, dude. I'm sorry. The negativity around the mini games is so weird. I've heard people lie and say shit like the main story of Rebirth has too many mini games, which is a lie. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for the super chat. I agree. I don't think that the main story has like has too many mini games in it at all. Like, whenever people say that the main story has too many mini games, I think that that's fucking I think that that's fucking crazy. Like, it really doesn't. It's only when you're doing the side content that it has too many mini games. It doesn't have any more mini games than like FF7 OG, honestly. In terms of like the thing. L choice, if you are so unconfident in your design that you're willing to let people skip it, why do it at all? That's like, yeah, it's like a fucking waste. Two of my friends quit Rebirth because of the minigames. That's crazy. We decided not to reduce the number of minigames, so we can't accommodate requests to do so. However, we made as many improvements as we could, and we're looking forward to see the reactions to Revelation. Brother, the fact that you can just skip the minigame or hit easy and just like get it for free, get whatever rewards for free, that to me is the most troubling thing that I've read so far in this whole interview. I extraordinarily do not like that. Extraordinarily do not like that. What? Because why even make it? Why even make, like, I get it, but this for me feels like way too hard. Like, they're trying way too hard to make everyone happy in such a way that I feel like is just gonna piss everybody off worse somehow than Rebirth. I feel like he should have just said, fuck you, this is the kind of game I want to make. And everyone would have respected, you know, that a little bit more. Yeah. Marked as complete, does that give rewards? My understanding is, yeah, it does. Maybe you're misreading it. Maybe there's translation problems, but it sounds an awful lot like you can just hit the skip button and like you need to draw a line and say, this is what I'm doing. If you're not with it, go somewhere else. This is a thing that I really respect about specifically Hidetaka Miyazaki. Because Miyazaki has been asked so many times to like add an easy mode for Souls games. And he's like, no, I'm not fucking doing it. This is my vision for the game, and if you don't like it, you know, fuck off. And people love and respect that a lot. I think even if you don't like Souls games, you can really respect Miyazaki's insistence on that. That this is his vision and he's entirely uncompromising on it. And he's willing to lose the sales even. He's willing to lose people on the idea that this is my vision and I'm sticking to it. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for the super chat. I remember so much bitching about the lack of minigames in FF15 and 16. The FF fan base might genuinely be the worst out there. Yeah. I think this is also the thing too, when they try to make it like, when FF tries too hard to be like the game for everybody. And then they also try to change up what kind of game FF is going to be, to the extent of it's an entirely different genre, an entirely different, it includes so many different things. And that's a strength of FF in some ways, but it's also kind of a negative for leading the brand in a lot of other ways, because it ends up creating this thing where you have a conflict about what things that FF should even include in the first place. And I think it always has fans at odds with each other based on what they like. If that makes sense. Vanita Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. Probably should have been where players have to play them at least once. Yeah, I think that you should have to play it at least once. Me personally. Like, I think that you should have to play it. I really think FF15 had the right amount of, the perfect amount of minigames. Some of them just needed refining. Yeah, I think that there shouldn't be like an extreme number of minigames. I think that a good game should have like 1 to 3 minigames that are really well fleshed out, right? Rebirth had like a lot of minigames in it, but truthfully, if Rebirth only had Queen's Blood, I think it would have been pretty solid, right? Like I think people would have actually really enjoyed that. And that's not to say that like they should have deleted all the other minigames, just to say that like in general, I think you just need like one Queen's Blood level minigame. And that's probably it for most people, right? Like a really good, really well thought out Gwent. Or something like that. And maybe if you want to go over, yeah, and like Chocobo Racing. And like, yeah, you just, honestly speaking, you only need like a couple. And then they just need to be really well implemented and really well thought out. I don't think that like a Final Fantasy game or any RPG needs like 1,000 mini games. It just needs like a couple. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that like Rebirth specifically. I'm just using Rebirth mini games as like an example. So like for example, Kingdom Hearts says I disagree. FF7 OG had mini games like every stage in most towns. Yeah. I completely agree, which is why I say that like I think that Rebirth is different in that way, because that's kind of the point of FF7. But I'm saying that like generally in terms of like most Final Fantasy games or like most RPGs, I think most RPGs just need like 1 to 3 like really baller mini games, and they don't need like a ton, right? There should be mini games, but it should just be like a couple like really well thought out ones instead of like, you know, you guys know what I'm saying, like generally speaking. Sting Duck, thank you so much for the super, and a big one too. Goddamn, my guy. My king, I agree with you. My only ad is Square Enix and Hamaguchi might be operating under different pressures than FromSoft. Creative risk and game success seemed to be self-fulfilling for FromSoft for years. Not the case with FF. That's really true. That's really true. But I really do kind of want them to have like the mentality, and this isn't just like Final Fantasy creators or game devs or anyone. I mean, it's like, for me, it's like all creators, right? Like whether you're a musician, whether you're an artist of like a visual artist, or a game creator, or a film director, or whatever you do, content creator. I want you to do a thing, and I want you to be like, no, fuck you. All of you are wrong. What's the meme? Wait, hold on. I want this is what I want to see from more creatives in all fields, no matter who you are, like no matter what your field of creativity is. This is the shit that I love seeing from creatives. Yes, you're all wrong. I think that shit is based. I fucking love it. Josh Z, thank you so much for the super, brother. With all due respects, you're wrong about this. I'm disabled, and mini games have always been, have one of game designs that is a pain in the butt. I hate being forced. Hey, that's completely fair. That's completely fair. I literally can't even push back against that. So, I am glad that that is an option for you then, 100%. So in that case, maybe I'm wrong. But I just think too, from a game design perspective, I'm always like, why make something and then kind of just like dangle not having the thing, you know, or like not even like actually playing the thing, you know? It feels like a waste of development resources on the devs end, because now I think when I play the mini games, part of me will be like the moment I feel any frustration with it, or I feel like I don't get it, I feel like I'll just hit skip and just get the reward. You know? Because it'll be like, why would I do the hard thing when I can just hit the dopamine button that like lets me go straight to the mini game completion? I feel like there does have to be some type of balance between that, you know? And I also feel like maybe, Josh, that there's like maybe the solution could be better accessibility options for playing the mini games, right? Like that allow it to be more accessible to get through without compromising the integrity of the design, you know? Which I think an easy mode is probably a good way to do that. But then I don't know about like just like the skip button entirely. That would be like my solution, right? And this also relates to Souls games too. I think that the better way to approach making Souls games more accessible is for them to have various accessibility options that help allow disabled gamers to experience or have the difficulty be able to meet them where they're at, instead of like saying that, or instead of just like nerfing the difficulty, if that makes sense, right? So I know that one thing that's been mentioned on the front of Souls games would be like some areas being too dark for people with like visual disabilities. That's something that I think that they could like definitely change without like removing Miyazaki's intention of like of the vision for, say, a very difficult video game, that you can't just like go into an option and select an easier mode. So I think that's one such thing when using that as an example. Again, thank you so much for the super. We appreciate you, Josh. Moving onward. I was relieved to hear that the slap... Oh, wait. My bad. I was relieved to hear that the slapping contest would remain. Hamaguchi, the slap scene will definitely be included, he laughs. Just the other day, I was discussing the expression with the art director. I was like, I'm not going to compromise on this. A lot of people are really looking forward to the slap scene. I do think Hamaguchi does have a little bit of that in him when it comes to other stuff. But I think he kind of folded a little bit on the minigames, at least from the sounds of it. Finally, could you please give a message to fans who are looking forward to the release of Revelation? The theme of this game, as I mentioned in the interview, is determination, or resolve. It strongly embodies the resolve to move toward the final finale of Cloud and his friends. I'm sorry, I lost my place because I was thinking about Final Finale, and I was like, Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. It strongly embodies the resolve to move towards the final finale of Cloud and his friends, which you have all followed for nearly 10 years. And to live up to that expectation, both I personally and as a team are determined to deliver something great to everyone. So I hope you will all be determined to play along and watch with us. That's such a good photo of Hamaguchi. Rather than developers setting things up and guiding the user while making it seem like they're making the choices, we want the user to choose for themselves. I think this statement encapsulates what the game is. Liberation aimed for. Actually, translating revelation as liberation here kind of goes fucking hard with this statement. Liberation. Get it? Because you get to choose how you want to play. Many of the new features discussed, such as the ability to unlock all clothing at once, the freedom of movement provided by the Highwind, the enhanced freedom of exploration through Pico's growth, are designed with the player's choices in mind. The determination presented as a concept is the determination to accept weighty choices. Hamaguchi explained that the word determination, resolve, encompasses not only Cloud and his companions' resolve within the story, but also the creator's resolve to bring it to the definitive conclusion. This interview truly allowed us to feel the effort that the developers have put into bringing this long-running series to a finale. The game is scheduled for release in spring 2027. Very good interview. We also have something that Sleep Easy sent me. Let's see. So, we will no longer have to do things like talk to Chadley on the field to start the battle simulator as in the previous game. That's right, those elements are expressed in a different way this time around. Crossy, are you in chat? You'll love to hear this, brother. That's very exciting. I think one of the things that has been absolutely insane to me, especially with Rebirth specifically, is that I'm like, you have this really big world, right? Why am I going to the VR to fight summons? The summons should be naturally out in the world, and I should fight them, and that should get the summon materia, right? And I hope this is something in Final Fantasy VII as well, right? Like, I should be like walking along a mountain path, and I come across Titan, and I can fight Titan, and I can gain him as a summon, right? Like, I shouldn't be like, you know, doing fucking VR battles when you have this big open world to put a summon in. And also, too, I think summons, we want to talk about content that shouldn't be marked on the map, that players should organically find, and they would get like the largest dopamine hit of their fucking life Again, imagine you're walking along a fucking lake and Leviathan pops out of it. And you didn't know that Leviathan would be by that lake. And you're like, oh shit, it's fucking Leviathan. And then it starts a battle. And if you beat Leviathan, like, you get him as a summon. Or her, depending on the game. Because Leviathan is... I think, is Leviathan canonically female in all Final Fantasies? Or is it just 15? I don't remember. But yeah. That shit would go hard. People would fucking love that. Anyways, that's what they should be doing with their open world, and not like you go out into the open world to do like a weird rhythm mini game to weaken the summon so that you can beat them in like the battle royale. Now, that being said, this is this tweeter's, I think, interpretation. I don't know if this is like confirmed, but it seems like, I don't know, which interview is that? Do you have the interview that this is from? If anyone knows. Oh, let's see. GameSpark NSP, do you have the link? Is the link on here? No. Okay. I'm curious what the link for that is. And then there was the RPG site interview. I thought we were going to get through more interviews than this. But that one interview took the whole stream, and that was also like a very revealing interview. So we might have to do like another stream of just Revelation news readings, because there is actually that much. The interviews are long. Yeah, holy shit. This is so much information. It's like overwhelming. Cammy, thank you so much for trying to find it. Let me know if you can. Okay, let's take a look at the RPG site interview. Okay, this interview starts with a question that is fucking nuts. Like, holy crap, dude. It's bonkers, because this is a quote that's been used a lot in the community, and it's something that Hamaguchi is saying that, like, yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. RPG site says, back in 2023, Tetsuya Nomura said in an interview that Final Fantasy VII Remake will link to Advent Children. Is that still the case? And will players know how that happens when Revelation comes out? I don't believe we publicly claimed or stated that it's going to be exactly that. So I'd like for players to play Revelation and see for themselves what the conclusion of the journey holds and see about that. Bro said, I don't know about all that. I think you need to buy the fucking game, actually. I'm glad Hamaguchi is just like, nah, I didn't say that. Because if why the fan base has latched on to something Nomura has said years ago, when Nomura isn't the guy running the show anymore, well, he still ultimately makes the creative decisions, right? Like, he still named Revelation, so I'm positive that Nomura is still influential on wherever this story is headed. Because they wouldn't have him, like, naming the game if he wasn't. So I actually don't know what's going on here. Oh, wow, they deleted the interview? Interesting. Holy shit. Something had to be said in that interview that Square Enix didn't like or didn't want revealed yet. That's interesting. Okay. I wanted to ask you about the new job style system. When did that idea come around? Like, did you envision it at all when you were developing Rebirth and doing combat improvements? Did you know you'd want to implement this later on? Damn, yeah, page not found. That's crazy. They did delete it. Yeah, see if someone can use Wayback Machine and pull it up. Anyway, Hamaguchi says, I think Battle Director Indo and I were aligned in this thinking that taking away something from existing combat system wouldn't fare well with our players who've come to love the battle system, the combat system, sorry. We thought more so that adding on and kind of evolving what we built as a foundation would be better for this direction and would make for a much more fun experience for players for this title. Okay. Why is it that you guys at Square, why can't y'all understand that this isn't just like the thing for Final Fantasy VII Retrilogy, but like the thing for Final Fantasy, actually? Why do they think it's just this one game that, like, oh yeah, people wouldn't like that? No, dog. It's like actually the whole series that people feel that way about. Like, what are you doing? They know that, but don't give a shit. I know. So in this way, players can choose, oh, we want to take Cloud, who's more like an attacker, and make him Black Mage Cloud, that's an attacker. Having that ability to customize, we thought would be the direction. On that note, I'm curious about the costume changes. Final Fantasy VII characters all have iconic, well-known looks. Why did you decide you wanted to give them costume changes? And do these apply across everything in the game, such as cutscenes? Hamaguchi. I think it's totally true. There's iconic looks with the characters for Final Fantasy VII, and yes, the fits, as we call them, are reflected in cutscenes. I try to think of it like how the battle experience that players may desire in controlling the characters, and then the actual kind of visuals it can differ. And in that way, the fits we wanted to be able to customize where players can choose fits, but the skins are also a different element you can choose. Okay, so it's like a transmog basically. For example, you might want Black Mage Cloud, but in his original outfit he usually wears. In that way, the skins option can be accumulated in the game so players can choose their favorite look and style. Everyone asks about Wutai and Rocket Town, but I want to know if we're going to go to Bone Village. Here you go, chat, for those of you who are asking. Bone Village itself is not included, but Northwood and Temple of the Ancients will be able to revisit. So, rest in peace. I think Bone Village is the only location from FF7 that is being cut. But that's fair. I don't really think Bone Village is that necessary. I want to ask about Vincent, as his backstory is only vaguely hinted at in the original Final Fantasy VII, and then explored in further depth in the likes of Dirge of Cerberus. I know you've already said deep ground characters will be returning. Are Vincent's backstory elements, like in Dirge of Cerberus, something we're going to see in Revelation? Hamaguchi. We can't delve too much into the storyline just yet, but thinking of spin-offs you mentioned, like Dirge, our overall concept of Revelation is to pick up from those stories as well. So with characters like Vincent and Zack, those are explored. We can't say how much yet, but RPG site. we saw Vincent and Sid having a lot of synergy abilities together in the trailer. And you already have this huge cast of characters with a bunch of synergy abilities together. How did you decide to integrate Vincent and Sid into the part? And who they interact with? This was the same for the Fits too. But with synergy, we didn't really design it in a sense where some attacks are better with these two characters than others. We wanted players to freely choose what they like and have that be equally available for their choosing. So in that sense, yes, Sid and Vincent are joining the slew of characters who's So in that sense, yes, Sid and Vincent are joining the slew of characters and those synergy abilities and such. You know, from the creator side, that was kind of a challenge for us to make an improvement on. I kind of see too, because it's already like really complete as it is, I think. RPG site. One of the things you've mentioned in other interviews is that Turks will have a much larger role. And at the end of Rebirth, we see some fairly huge revelations for Rufus Shinra's character. Is he part of that? Will he have more of a larger role? Hamaguchi. In terms of whether Rufus will be directly involved and how much of it will be with the Turks about the storyline, we want the players to experience that themselves. But there will be revelations on what the relationship between Rufus and Glenn and ties to other spin-off works. With Revelation, it'll also be a, revelation. I'm sorry. This shit is funny. Oh my god. So players will have to have a better understanding of the world and the story of these characters, bro. Dang, bros. This really is our Final Fantasy VII Revelation. Oh, God, dude. Holy shit. RPG side. In the trailer, we see a brief shot of Ruby Weapon, and you confirmed the underwater area. In the original game, Ruby and Emerald Weapon have specific gimmicks, like the time limit. Is that an element you've thought about carrying over? Will Ruby and Emerald have these unique gimmicks or mechanics in their fight? For the specific battle logic of Ruby Weapon, and how much of it is an actual homage to the original game, we'd love for players to see themselves. But I will say that players will be kind of engaging with the whole world map. That's going to be part of the battle with Ruby Weapon. And in terms of the battle design, we could have made it into something more like a mini game specific to we could have made it something more like a mini game specific to the weapons, but we wanted to go in the direction more so of taking the foundation battle-like elements and then adding unique elements that are specific to each weapon. So yes, in that sense, players can enjoy that. I do wonder how many weapons in Revelation are going to be mandatory and how many are going to be optional, especially since it looks like we are seeing new weapons being added. Yeah, it's really exciting that the game is kind of going to revolve around those weapon fights. I'm really excited about each one of them having like their own kind of experience to them too, and how they're going to do it, and that they're not just going to do they're not just going to like mini game it out. And I think that's important. I was kind of concerned that with the weapon fights, we would just be like hitting feet the whole time. This is also something that like Maximilian dude brought up in his interview. And that's just like one thing I didn't want to do is just hit feet. Yes, I'm calling out Final Fantasy 15 right now. The most feet smacking game. The Titan fight in FF15 is literally just like, yeah, dude, fighting feet. You parry Titan's toes. But it seems like they've put a lot of consideration into making these very formidable foes that are not going to be so easily taken down. Honestly, though, I kind of prefer more of the weapons to be optional than story mandatory. And the reason I say that is because I want the weapon fights to be brutally hard. I want them to be hard as balls. I want them to be like rage quit, snap your DualSense in half, so hard, brutally, like rage quit the game, write the developers an angry note hard. So I feel like I would want more weapons to be optional than not, because the more, like, if they're not optional in their main story content, they can't be like brutal. All right. And that was one of my things about the icon fights I didn't like as much, is because I feel like the icon fight should have been like, I think the icon fight should have been hard as fuck, right? Like, I think that should have been like some of the hardest content in FF15, but it's actually probably some of the easiest content in the game because of that. So, oh, okay, thank you so much, Cammy. Okay, we'll take a look at those after. So yeah, I want it to be hard, and in order for it to be hard, it being main story content means they have to dial back. RPG side. With Revelation, you have this big seamless world with the Highwind. What lessons did you specifically take from creating Rebirth into this new open world? What did you learn from the process of crafting Rebirth? Hamaguchi. It's not so much that, like, there was something we couldn't do in Rebirth that we can do now or try to do in Revelation, but more so like, how can we expand upon the experience that we built in Rebirth? So I think in Rebirth, we covered the open world exploration of that experience, but in order to widen that and make it even more expansive, we thought about the exploration of not just the horizontal, but vertical and aerial space. So there's more varied modes of transportation exploring the maps, such as parachuting down to explore, and as you raise a chocobo, there's even more ways and places you can explore with the chocobo. In that way, we really scaled up the degree and scaled of exploration that can be done from Rebirth. And I think it's something that can be a pleasant, really exciting surprise. When I was creating the scenery, I actually could see different scenery with flying a chocobo, and it was amazing. RPG site. Two of the biggest pieces of information I've seen so far is that you now have story choices that alter the way the story plays out, and Zack having a larger role. But we also have these different timelines introduced in Rebirth. Are those story choices going to interact with the idea of different timelines in any way? Hamaguchi. So first of all, at the end of the journey and conclusion that Cloud and the companions reach within the remake series, that is something we've conceived, and that's not going to be altered by the player's choices. That being said, the sort of conclusions that is going to be reached is not going to be altered, and we mentioned that the main theme of this title is resolve. So this is more tied to the resolve that each character has in their heart going into the final battle, and some of the choices we make may alter that what the player perceives about each character, or understands about each character as they go into the final battle. Those are not so much related to the core storyline, but it's more about what we see and what we experience about the characters. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting. Is that essentially, the main story is the main story, but there are aspects to these characters that you may or may not get depending on what you choose to do in the side content, right? So there is player choice involved in what type of content you are going to see and what you're going to experience. But the overall story is the story of Final Fantasy VII, and it's not like you are going to have the revive Aerith option available at the end. Or maybe, I don't know, but you may not have the don't revive her. Whatever happens at the end, my point is, you will have no choice but to surrender to what the developers have written. Is the point here. RPG site saying, now that we're close to the end, after all these years, I'm curious, When the game comes out and people have played the whole trilogy, what sort of legacy you're hoping it has? What kind of feeling are you hoping players have? Hamaguchi. As you know, Final Fantasy VII has these iconic and such beloved characters, and many fans may be wondering the fate of the certain characters within this story. But I truly want to make a game where, upon playing through the story, they would feel glad just to have been on the journey with these characters, just to have that feeling. In other words, buy my fucking game, bitch. That's what he's trying to say. I get it. I get it. No hate, brother. I understand. I understand. Now let's take a look. Okay. See if I can zoom this in. So this was the deleted interview. That was deleted for whatever reason. We don't know. Thanks to Cammy in chat, we have resurrected this deleted interview from the grave. Please bear in mind that it might have been deleted for reasons. We don't know what those reasons are. But I don't know whether that means it contains information that Square Enix didn't want to let out, or whether there was some type of error in it. There could be any numerous amount of reasons for why they deleted this, so just bear that in mind with this interview. A new trailer was revealed yesterday, but how close is the current development stage of the final product? How close is the current development stage to the final version of the product? Hamaguchi. When we decide to release a video to the public, we immediately raise it to the production level, so the quality of the parts we've shown is, in a sense, what we envision for the final product. In terms of the game as a whole, it's basically connected from beginning to end and already ready to play. Sorry. However, there are still many areas whereas sets are missing or where balance and lighting are not finalized yet. So we're currently in the final stages of polishing and integrating all of those elements. I read in an interview in another magazine that you can get the Highwind pretty quickly in Liberation, aka Revelation. How often can you actually acquire the Highwind? How often? How fast, I guess, can you actually acquire the Highwind? Remember, this is a translated Japanese interview for those who didn't catch that. Currently, we describe the timing of obtaining the Highwind as relatively early in the game, but this can vary on how much the player explores and how often they stray from the main path. Generally speaking, we aim for a place where players can obtain the Highwind in about 4 or 5 hours after starting the game. And after that, they can truly explore the world map freely. Which is nuts, by the way, right? Like 4 or 5 hours, so basically you do the tutorial, and then you have the Highwind. That's fucking crazy, man. I really like that approach. It means that the entire game really revolves around you having the Highwind. Which is something that I think that Final Fantasy VII actually should be. I think like you should get the airship from the start of FF17, and from there you should just be able to explore. I think that'd be cool. But whatever they do with FF17, I think that it is a game that needs a fucking airship. Maybe not the start of FF17, but like 20 hours in FF17, I think you should get the airship and fly around. That soon, with the previous game, Rebirth, once the open world was unlocked, combat was fun, and there were plenty of quests, and to be honest, I ended up chasing side content more than the main story. At that time, it was one area at a time, but this time, is it correct to assume that the entire world is open world? If so, there are many mechanisms or signs to guide the player to focus on the main story. Hamaguchi. we clearly present the objective of the main story to the player at each phase, making it easy for them to choose between progressing through the main story or exploring the world map. In the previous game, areas were unlocked one at a time, so the design was such that the recommended level for the player and the difficulty of the content were roughly aligned by the time the player could access that area. However, this time, each area expands all at once. Therefore, even within a single area, the difficulty of content varies considerably. For example, this area is easy, but the difficulty suddenly increases when you go to the next area. It's pretty monolith-pilled, I think. This sounds a lot like maybe the way Xenoblade is set up. Therefore, some players might think, I've done this and that in this area, so let's move on to the main story. While others might think, let's try tackling more difficult areas. More than the previous game, the way you play is left entirely up to the player. I think that sounds really fun, personally. It gives you a lot more freedom than what Rebirth had. And also gives you the choice of like whether you want to tackle the main story or not. Or if you want to just, you know, fuck around with the side content. Luli, oh my god, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so pumped for all of this. Me too. Me too. Vaughn, also thank you for joining us. For X, but every other Xenoblade game is story gated. Oh, okay. No, I guess I was thinking more like in Xenoblade how you know how you'll have like a level 85 monster or some shit in the starting area? I was thinking about that aspect of Xenoblade. And that's how they'll keep like the whole world kind of relevant throughout. Yeah, you land in a new zone, but there's a cave in that zone that is like 10 plus levels higher than you. Yeah. That's like exact type of thing. So you land in a new zone, there's a cave in that zone that's 10 plus levels higher than your current level, and it's up to you to struggle through that challenge or come back appropriate levels for it. That's very Xenoblade design. Yeah, that's I think that they're trying to do like a Xenoblade thing with it, which I think is actually pretty cool. It's one of the aspects of Xenoblade's design that I quite enjoy. To put it in extreme terms, if you were to play in a way that ignores approaching the meteor and clear all the side content, would there be no time limit or other restrictions? That's not the case. However, there are aspects that clearly differentiate the game experience between the previous game, Rebirth, and this one, Revelation. In Rebirth, the decision of whether or not to do the side elements of the world map was left up to the player, but it was basically designed that you could complete it eventually if you filled them in order. While in Revelations is similar in that it involves filling in the content, it completely changes the game experience by diverging the gameplay and the storytelling of side elements based on the player's choices. One of the biggest changes from Rebirth is that there are many things that cannot be experienced in a single playthrough. Which again, I think is exciting because, you know, re-trilogy games in general aren't meant to be played once, you know? I've been looking like a crazy person going on tangents in my apartment to an invisible audience. It's time to hit that go live button. It's been too long. You need to make a video or a stream. If it's impossible to experience everything in one playthrough, will there be a new game plus or similar feature for a second playthrough from the start? Of course there will be. Hamaguchi saying, Chapter Select was included in both Remake and Rebirth, so he included it in this game as well. If there wasn't, users would probably wonder why. Yeah, of course we would. So we made it easy to explore various parts of the game after clearing it. However, I haven't told anyone this yet, but in previous games, including Remake and Rebirth, you could reach the level cap relatively easily after clearing the game, and it was designed with the intention of please play it thoroughly with the intent of starting over. But this time, we prepared a lot of content that is much stronger than the final boss, such as the weapons and Knights of the Round. which I'm sure you all have been looking forward to. Oh, shit. Oh, damn, bro. No wonder they deleted this shit. I feel like this in particular is why he had to delete, or why they made this interview get deleted. This is too much. He basically confirmed that 1, you fight Knights of the Round, and 2, that it's post-game content. But it's also really interesting that, like, at the end of Revelation, you're not going to be max level like you are with Rebirth and Remake. You can actually still level up, and there's still more things to do, which I think actually mirrors normal Final Fantasy post-game, right? I think that's pretty cool. Because one thing that I'm not a fan of in both the Re-Trilogy and also FF16 is that, like, when you complete those games, you're at the level cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, by default, almost. And it kind of makes leveling up a little superficial. But in this game, it's not going to be, it seems like, which I actually feel like is pretty cool. So actually getting to the level cap in Revelation will mean something again, like it used to in Final Fantasy games. Whereas, like, for 16 Remake and Rebirth, I don't think getting to the level cap meant anything. So that's actually pretty exciting. Therefore, rather than assuming players will restart the game using chapter select, we have focused even more on how to encourage further exploration of the post completion world than we did with Rebirth. Just in case they DMCA you, yeah, I know. Corbinick, is that how you say it? Thank you so much for the $1 super chat. I appreciate it. Well, there's more info about leveling further down that may change your mind in this P. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's take a look. So in terms of volume, is it safe to assume that it's overwhelmingly larger than Rebirth? That's what the translator meant. Hamaguchi says, it's difficult to say whether it's overwhelmingly more than Rebirth. Based on my own daily observations, I think the amount of content is greater than in Rebirth, which is fucking nuts. I wanted to ask you a question. Okay, go ahead and ask, even if it's in a separate follow-up chat message. However, as I mentioned earlier, the gameplay and storytelling branch depending on the player's choices, so you can't experience everything in a single playthrough. If you were to include all the content in total, it would be overwhelmingly more. But in terms of the experience in a single playthrough, it's about the same. It's hard to say which it is. God, okay, so they did not step down the amount of content. So if you liked how much content was in Rebirth, then you have a lot to look forward to here. I think everyone has the impression that Rebirth had an overwhelming amount of content. Yeah. But even though we've added branching choices, I don't think you'll feel like it's less content than Rebirth, even in a single playthrough. It has the same or even more content, and the experience changes depending on your choices. So from the perspective of someone checking it out, it's almost overwhelming. Yeah, I think so too. The content volume in Rebirth wasn't the issue, it was the pacing. Yeah, I think so too. It was the pacing, but low-key, it also kind of was the volume. I feel like it was like a little bit of both. But I think it was like, I think 80% of the issue was the volume, was the pacing, and like 20% of it was the volume. Or maybe 30-70. Remember how they once said that Re-Trilogy could have been a quadrology? I feel like Revelation is 2 games worth of content. It probably is going to feel like it. Because, I mean, Rebirth is such a fucking long-ass platinum that I can't even imagine more than Rebirth. I just can't even conceptualize it. It seems like there might be days when your entire schedule is just spent checking things. He laughed. Hamaguchi. Well, I've been checking it constantly. The approach to the content was the issue. That's fair. I think you'll be forced to miss out on a lot of story beats in your run due to choice. Yeah, well, I kind of feel like that's tight, though. I kind of feel like it'll be fun to go back with chapter select and see all the different outcomes. I think if like 80% of the mini games were just in the gold saucer only and didn't appear in the main story, the pacing of the story probably would have been a lot for the better. I think for me, it was a lot of the open world fodder that slowed things down, and not so much the mini game, but also that too, I guess. But yeah, a lot of the open world fodder was kind of got a little tiring after a while. Even though you can go anywhere on the high winds, you mentioned that you mentioned. Let me start over. Even though you can go anywhere on the high wind, you mentioned that there are places where enemies are too strong if you enter without preparation. Again, this is sounding a lot like Xenoblade. If you focus on the main story, there will be a sudden increase in difficulty where the player levels suddenly jump and you cannot proceed without leveling up somewhere. Basically, the question is, will we be unable to proceed unless we include side elements? Those are two things I'm conscious of. Firstly, we've included several areas where recommended level differs slightly between completing the main story and moving on to the next stage. This is intentionally intended to encourage players to explore the world map a bit. However, given the amount of side content available at each level, we've adjusted it so that you can reach the appropriate level and proceed straight to the main story just by playing around with it a bit. We haven't put any unnecessary obstacles that would force you to go all over the place to progress. Even if there is a slight difference in the recommended level, we balance it so that you can push through to the main. We balance it so you can push through the main story if you really want to, even if it's not possible. Okay, so you can kind of skill your way through things, even if you get, even if there's a level difference. Probably if you're really good at action games and you have like a really strong materia build, you can also probably get through things that you're not supposed to. So that sounds pretty good. This is all so much info. This is all so much. No wonder they took this down. Yeah, bro. I think that Hamaguchi just started yapping. And I think he said a lot of shit that he wasn't supposed to say. And I think that's why they took this shit down. I think Square was like, yeah, you are not supposed to say all this. Because I don't even know what they talk about for the rest of this marketing cycle. I feel like everything that can be said already has been within this first week. And one more thing, for those who are still worried if there's a difference in level you won't be able to get through unless you're good at battling, we prepared an optional feature. There are times during the game where you'd like to play some side content, and this option will automatically adjust the recommended level to match the progress of the main story. If you turn that on, you won't need to do any side content at all. When you reach that point, the recommended level will automatically raise to match the story, and you'll be able to play from there. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan, if I'm honest. This sounds too frictionless to me. It sounds too frictionless. I'm sorry. I don't like that idea. Because we're already talking about, like, all mini games can be skipped. I thought you might have thoughts on that part. Yeah, like, what the fuck? I don't like enemy scaling, but if it's a menu option, like an easy difficulty, I'm okay with it. Yeah. Bro is too accommodating to LARPers. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's read this. Personally, I'm a little sad I've included it. Wait, personally, I'm a little sad I've included various elements in the world map, but I understand there are people who just want to enjoy the story. While the game is generally balanced so you can manage without any option, those who are unsure can use this feature to enjoy a more comfortable gaming experience. Speedrunners will love this, yeah. I wonder if Hamaguchi was asked by someone on the team to add this, if he's sad about it. I do wonder if it wasn't like... I feel like this might not have been Hamaguchi. I feel like this might have been Square Enix corporate being like, you need to butter up the tube. You know what I'm saying? You need to make it so that people can just fall through it. Lube the tube, brother. It needs to be a fucking slide with grease on it so that everyone can just slide through to the finish line. I need friction. I want friction in my games, right? You know, I want like, I want it to be tough sometimes to get through the game. This seems like a response to Rebirth's complaints about too much side content. Just have an option to play the story only. The only way they thought to improve the pacing is to include a mode where you can ignore all the side content. I know it. I don't fucking like it. I fucking hate it. I hate it. And I'm not hating on the game already, but I'm just like, I'm just analyzing my conception of the idea. And like, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of that. I feel like this game has to sell well, to be fair. So my counter argument to that would be games with more friction do actually tend to sell well, and people are looking for friction in their games. And I think that like the option that if the game gets too hard for you and you aren't able to progress, the option for that is lowering difficulty, right? That is the option. I don't think the option is making it so that you can just skip the game. You can just not engage with the game. That's not something I like. I agree with personally. Vanita Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. Some executive's son got skill checked by Gina Talk. Okay. That was fucking funny, bro. Thank you for the super. Yeah, I don't know. I do feel like this is not like Hamaguchi deciding this. I do feel like this is like a Square Enix exec saying like, hey, everyone has to fall through the tube. Like, there can't be people left behind or anything like that. So yeah, it seems like a very one-size-fit-all solution to fix the pacing. If you want better pacing, then skip all of our side content. Otherwise, play most side content and the game will be twice the length. Yeah. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I disagree, NSP, because some people just play FF for the story, not me or you. It's not a Souls game where everyone is playing for their friction. So my pushback on that would be there is an option for that already called easy mode, right? Like, I think that is the option to skip that, or at the very least you shouldn't let people do that on the harder difficulties, right? So I think the option to have a frictionless game should be available to you in the form of the game's easy mode. But I think that But easy mode is way too easy, right? Yeah, that's fair. But like, you don't have to play the whole game on easy mode though, right? You just, yeah. Right. But if easy mode is too easy, then what you're saying by that is that you're also saying that easy mode is too frictionless. Think about that. Right? So you do want some friction. Exactly. So you don't like frictionless game design. Nightbreaker, thank you so much for the super chat. Correction. The option for that is to get good. Based as fuck, brother. I don't think that the games should be so, like, and to be clear, I don't think that, like, everything should be Souls. I just think that you should have to do a thing. And there shouldn't just be a button to just, like, be like, I don't like the thing, and then skip the whole fucking game. I think there should be some friction. Like, I don't think it should be like, at that point, just watch a playthrough. Right. Normal mode should have friction. Right. Especially if it's the one option that's available during the game's during when you start the game, right? The first playthrough experience when you start the game. This is something I really didn't like about say Final Fantasy 16, for example, is that like Final Fantasy 16 is also the most uber frictionless game ever, and unless you play Ultimaniac, which you can't play the whole story on Ultimaniac, it's purely in arcade mode, you can't really get friction in that game for the most part. And yeah. This recommended level option just puts you at the intended difficulty of the main story for players who want to skip the side content. It keeps the friction you lose on easy mode. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. While the game is generally balanced so that you can manage without any options, for those who are unsure, can use this feature to enjoy a more comfortable gaming experience. I felt you put a lot of effort into accessibility in the previous game as well, but this time, including the discussion of level adjustments, it seems like you've taken a step further. What aspects of feedback from Rebirth led you to thinking this way, or were there any user comments that were particularly helpful? Yoshi P took the difficulty thing with 16 seriously and made Dawn Trail normal content actually hard to the point where people whined about it. Good. Good. Make people play the fucking game. After the launch of Rebirth, we received quite a few comments that there were too many minigames. However, we believe that the charm of the world of the original Final Fantasy VII lies in its diverse nature and the variety of content and minigames, and the remake series possesses, So we made it clear that we will not be reducing the number of minigames. Surprisingly, many people took this positively. However, regarding the complaint that there are too many minigames and it's overwhelming, the solution is simply for players to choose not to play them if it doesn't suit them. But in Rebirth, the game's progression was interconnected. For example, by receiving materia from Chatley after completing content in each area. Even though they say you don't have to do it, when you try to collect master materia or strategize in battles, you end up thinking, I guess I have to play the minigames after all. And I definitely felt like that was true. This time, instead of making rewards uniform based on attributes and the nature of world map content, we've exchanged the rewards to suit each battle. We've changed the rewards to suit each type. For example, battle content will reward you with materia, and minigame elements will reward you with customization items that minigames, or skins for characters, or sorry, I'm getting kind of congested from talking this long. For example, battle minigames will reward you with materia, and minigame elements will reward you with customization elements for that minigame, or skins for characters and weapons. By aligning the rewards to those not directly related to battle strategy, we rebalance the game so that players can easily choose to master battles, but I'm not interested in skins, so I don't really need to play minigames. I think that's fair. Because I think at that point, the minigames truly become optional, and like, if you don't want to do them, or if you just want to stick to the part of the games that you enjoy, I think that's a fair way to balance it, you know? Speaking of minigames, the editorial department has specifically asked me about snowboarding. Are you putting a lot of effort into snowboarding this time around? We put a lot of effort into the minigames. Of course, snowboarding is included as a minigame that you can play at the Gold Saucer, but that's not all. When you look at Final Fantasy VII as a whole, snowboarding is a very symbolic element, isn't it? So we prepared a setting in the story that is fitting for it. I hope you'll look forward to seeing how that is incorporated into the story. That was something I was very curious about as well. In the original work, there was a feeling that a very serious scene would immediately be followed up by a sudden and unique development. So I was looking forward to see how they would tackle that head on this time. I think the timing of when snowboarding appeared in the main story is designed to give players a good surprise. Also, now that I'm thinking about the friction stuff, I hope they don't add the God mode shit to Revelation. At least, not right away. Or honestly, if ever, because you don't need catch-up mechanics for... you don't need catch-up mechanics for Revelation because you're already at the end. So I hope to fuck that's not included. Changing the subject slightly, what role does Chatley play in this film? Konsaku, yet again used, not film, game. In this work, rather. Is it similar to his role in the previous work? Chatley's role has changed significantly since the previous film. This time, we've kept the same flow from the original story, but where the activation of the black materia awakens the weapon, and a meteor appears in the sky. Earlier, I mentioned that Cloud and his friends acquire the Highwind, and Chatley creates his own dedicated space in the Highwind to study meteor. He then takes on the role supporting Cloud and his friends while holed up in there, analyzing and researching meteor. I hope you'll look forward to seeing how Chatley interacts with Cloud and the others in the actual gaming experience, but his role has changed quite a bit in line with the transition from Rebirth to Revelation. Interesting. Josh, thank you for another super chat. Easy mode does not compensate for challenges designed to be brutally hard. This is a no-win situation. I remember people complained about Rebirth's hardest content. You can't win. Being a dev sucks. It does suck. You're 1000% correct. Because no matter what you do, people are always going to hate it. They're going to be like, what the fuck? You made it too hard. Okay, now you made it too easy. Which is why my belief is this right here. For developers, I think this is what you have to do. Is you have to just be like, no, fuck you. You're all wrong. You're all wrong, and I'm doing the thing I want to do, and I don't give a fuck. Somebody gave me $100 million to make a game, so I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. La 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 la. I think that's what you have to do as a dev. Like, really. You just gotta like make whatever the fuck you want to do. Fans be damned, honestly. And yeah, you just have to do what you think is right. Because if you listen to people, you'll be guided the wrong way. I think you can't make like the best art by listening to what fans are saying all the time, you know? So, in terms of Chatley, I think that Chatley is going to have this moment that is going to be so strange in Revelation. I don't know how to describe what I'm thinking of, but I think he's going to have this moment that players are going to really think of him differently. I feel like we will have a boss fight with Chatley. Because I keep thinking about that line with him talking about Cloud's unlimited potential. And there's just a lot of weird lore stuff happening with Chatley that I don't know if he'll be a boss fight or what, but he's going to play like some type of important role in Revelation that will have a deep impact on the story. Chatley is still going to chime in far too often, isn't he? Hey, Cloud, it looks like you're close to a thing I need for my meteor research. Hey, Cloud, could you pick up that device over here for my meteor research? Yeah, I hope not. I hope they don't like continue to like have him be like the modern gaming thing, if you know what I mean. So will we no longer have to do things like talk to Chatley on the field and start Battles Simulator as in the previous game? That's right. Those elements are expressed in a different way this time around. Interesting. That's all he said. But hopefully that means that summons will not be VR. There'll be something on the world map that you find, and you'll be able to get the summon materia for them. Next, let's talk about combat. 2 new playable characters, Vincent and Sid, will be added. Could you tell us again what kind of combat styles these two have? In terms of type, Vincent is somewhat similar to Yuffie. Just as Yuffie's battle style changes depending on whether she has shurikens or not, Vincent can also switch freely between being a close-range attacker or firing guns from a distance, depending on whether he is in beast mode or in human form. Let me pull up the next one. Boop. Okay, and do it like this. Okay, there we go. The control feels really good, and I've always liked how Yuffie feels to play. But Vincent is also a lot of fun to control, and he's become a popular character among the development staff as well. When it comes to Sid, you can think of him as being similar to Red 13. He's an attacker with a slightly optional element, but if Red 13 is an attacker that excels on the ground, then Sid excels in the air. He moves around as he's floating, as if he's floating and flying in the air, and has a wide variety of aerial attack patterns and can damage airborne enemies over a wide area. They are differentiated in the sense of Red 13 is on the ground, Sid is in the air. That's cool. I'm into that. As I said, I don't think there should be a jump button for all the characters. I think that every character should have like a unique like option for like if they can jump or not. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for the super chat. A giant super chat. Holy fuck, bro. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I don't see not having engaged in side content as friction. It's more of a time thing. Telling certain people that they need to play 100 hours for when they only want the core 40-hour FF story is a unique problem for the FF series to resolve. 100%. I think that, like, obviously you shouldn't have to play, like, 100 hours of content to, like, be able to proceed. But I think that, like, you do want level to be significant in some way, right? And so I feel like, yo, oh my God, Afrojack with the 10 gift subs. What the hell? Bro, also thank you for becoming a YouTube member too. Afrojack, at EDC last year, I went to go see your set and it was amazing. So thank you. I still have videos of it. I will share it on YouTube, and I will on Twitter, and I will tag you in it. Thank you so much. No, this isn't a bit. That's the real Afrojack. Thank you so much, bro. Like, thank you for watching my content, and I just feel honored, bro. Thank you so much. But to the point about friction, I do agree that like in what you're saying, my solution though is make the game more concise, right? I think that's how you keep the friction in the games, but then you don't waste people's precious times. So keep up the great work. I still watch all your videos and play FF7 through 15 on tour. Excited for Revelations. Oh yeah, man, me too. I hope you've enjoyed all the 15 content that I put out recently as we've been going back through that game and revisiting it for its 10th anniversary, which is crazy to think that it's 10 years old now. And also too, I think you have like a collaboration weapon like that you did for that game actually, right? You have like your own sword in there. That must be cool as fuck to like to play through, right? So anyway, yeah, like I guess like the way I would see it is keep it like high friction, but then make it concise, because if you really think about it, FF games have only gotten longer. You go back to like Final Fantasy VI or 7 or 8 or 9, those games have like 100 hours of post content, but they're really not 100-hour games, really. Like if you do everything, maybe. But that's just one way they could solve it. Could you tell us about the wear system, which is similar to the job system that will be added this time? Are there 4 fixed wear/job sets for each character, or is it a system where you can choose 4 jobs of your choice? Yes, chat, I said 6, 7. Fuck off. Okay, so this is something that I'm really interested in because chat, fuck off. You're saying friction more than Hamaguchi said resolve. I know. This is something I'm really curious about. So let's see what he says. This isn't something particular. This isn't something. I'm sorry, I keep fucking up. This isn't just about this particular game, but we generally don't want to guide players by saying use this character. For example, we have combinations of cooperative techniques for all characters, and regarding outfits, if we were to say Cloud has Black Mage, but Tifa doesn't, then people who like Black Mage would only be able to use Cloud. Therefore, the intention is to give all characters the same job, then allow players to customize and choose according to their preferences. Each character has 4 slots to equip clothing. And the goal is for players to choose how to combine them from clothing of the same attribute and according to their own preferences. Okay. So my understanding is that there is just 4 jobs, right? If I'm like not misunderstanding. Not gonna lie, if fits were exclusive per character, I'd prefer that. Give them jobs that fit their personality, like how FF4 did. Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea that everyone can just do these 4 jobs. Like I feel like wait, 4 slots? Why would they need more than 1 fit slots? Yeah, I don't understand either. He said 4 job slots. This is sounding more complex. I thought if this translation is 100%. Yeah, this translation is not 100% accurate, so we don't know. But, okay, like for now, I think this is just kind of like a wait and see thing. Because, I really do not know what the fuck this job system is. And the more I read about it, actually, the more confused I am. They need to do a Fitz deep dive trailer to clarify all this for reals? Yeah. Because every interview that we read, I get an entirely different impression on what Fitz is supposed to be. Like, yeah. 32 jobs is too costly to make. Yeah, it probably is. Unless they do it something like Stranger of Paradise, where each job is kind of an evolution of each other. Combine them from clothing of the same attribute. That might be new info. I thought Fitz didn't have attributes. It didn't look like it did in the trailer. So now I'm like, does Fitz change the character attributes or not? We know that it gives you unique skills. Yeah. Have you watched the FF Union video? No, I have not watched it yet. They mentioned that that OG FF7 was supposed to have jobs, as well as Cloud being a Mystic Knight. That's actually interesting. I actually really didn't know that. So that's a cool find. FF Union video is pretty good. I'd recommend it. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll also have to like, I might stream again tomorrow. Well, actually, we have to stream again tomorrow anyway for the Nintendo Direct. I guess maybe I'll do 2 streams tomorrow. I don't know. Because I might stream the Nintendo Direct and then I might come back on and I might talk more about Revelation because I actually think that like there's just so much stuff. But let's get through the rest of this. Regarding the differentiation of jobs through clothing, for example, would Black Mage learn spells that they wouldn't learn as Freelancer, or would it just be a stat change? Can you tell me which site the deleted interview came from? I could pass the Japanese text to Turquoise Hammer, which has I know Turquoise Hammer pretty well. I actually forgot if Cammy is still in chat. She can, Cammy, if you're still in chat, you can put the original link again. It was somewhere up there. Anyway, Hamaguchi says, of course, there will be expansion of commands and actions. So it's not just, of course, there'll be an expansion of commands and actions. So it's not just a simple change in parameters. Naturally, the abilities that can be used with that outfit will also increase. This time, the skill tree has expandability, even for outfits. So you can develop the skill tree. So as you develop the skill tree, you'll be able to use even more as a Black Mage. You can rest assured that this is not a change in appearance and parameters, but some things that completely promote the feel and individuality of the character. So Folio still exists, yes. And I think that's been kind of talked about across these interviews. But like what I'm so confused about is like, it seems like there are specific folios for each job, right? Like, this suggests multiple ATB abilities per job. I'm like kind of confused on everything, right? Like as I read more, now I'm like, yo, what? How much more is there to this, right? I think Tifa was using a cooperative ability in yesterday's combat trailer. So cooperative abilities are still present in this game. They mean synergy. Of course, on this point, I share the same basic idea as Battle Director Indo. In a game trilogy like this, if we were to remove existing combat systems such as synergy and only introduce a new wear system just to make the battle system feel fresh in the final installment Revelation, we wouldn't get the support of many fans. There would be people who said, oh, I like synergy. Basically, we felt that we needed to broaden the range of choices for players by adding something to the combat system we had created in Rebirth. However, adding too many elements would make the battle system seem complex and difficult. So in the early stages of development, we discussed what to add to give Revelation a new feel. The reason we ultimately arrived at the idea of customizable clothing is that, in a sense, character individuality equals performance has been fixed throughout the original game and previous series. For example, if we add another layer of customization, such as Cloud being a warrior-leaning attacker on top of the base of Cloud being a warrior-type attacker, it doesn't conflict with the materia system. And those who don't need it can continue to play as before without any customization options. It started with the idea that incorporating elements of the job system, which is synonymous with FF, would be a good approach. but naturally, users would expect that that if we're going to call it wear, job, then appearance must also change. With the number of party members increasing, the sheer volume of costumes multiplied by the number of jobs becomes enormous. So we had a lot of discussions with the artists, but we're determined to see it through since we said we'd do it. Very interesting. I still don't fully get it. I still feel like the more I read, I'm still not sure how to imagine this. For example, is it possible to choose the Black Mage's ability in Cloud, but keep the default appearance plain? It's possible. The strategic aspect of battles and the enjoyment of the visuals are, in a sense, contradictory. I think there are users who would dislike being forced to adapt a look they don't like just for the sake of strategy. Naturally, equipping clothing will change your character's appearance, but we've also implemented a separate, higher priority skin system. Even if your character's performance is that of a warrior, you can change them back to the original soldier outfit or to other outfits obtained through exploring the world map. I also have the costumes from the previous game's Rebirth from the start. The most natural question, of course. What? There's Tifa's swimsuit? Yes, it is possible. You can even choose to fight in Tifa's swimsuit. Because the characters are so iconic, I think there's a high demand. For players who want to play in these outfits. So we've made it relatively easy to choose. You know, it's funny because Creative Studio One has done this in like literally every sequel they've ever done at some point. They're like, okay, guys, costumes, magic costumes that implement, like they implement a job system in 10.2. They, even in Lightning Returns, of course, there's a job system, and also costumes were kind of a big point in 13.2. And then finally we have Revelation where they're implementing a job system yet again. So some people will absolutely decimate their story experience. Yeah, I know. And that's kind of the consequence of giving people the choice, is that some people will kind of ruin it for themselves. But again, that's kind of like what the choice, I mean, it's up to you, right? The system where wear changes performance and skins reminds me a little of Final Fantasy X too. Were there any discussions during development about drawing inspiration from past titles, or about including something because you liked it? Rather than being inspired by past works, Indo and I decided to implement a job system. We strongly felt that if we were going to include this feature, we had to include a skin appearance change system as well. In the previous game, Rebirth, you could change outfits, but only in limited locations. This time, I felt it was essential to be able to easily switch outfits from the main. This time, I felt it was essential to easily be able to switch outfits from the main menu. If you're facing a boss and you change your setup to defeat it, and your appearance changes too, and you think, I absolutely don't like this look, your motivation will drop. We felt that a skin function that allows you to easily change your appearance anywhere, separate from battle strategies, could lower user motivation. So we implemented it as a set. Yeah, that being said though, there is no way I'm going to use literally anything other than the character's default outfits. I'm sorry, but it's Final Fantasy VII, and for me, that's how the characters should look. It's fine in New Game Plus, but in my first story-focused playthrough, it almost feels like using a cosmetic mod in like the first playthrough. It just feels wrong to me. I want the characters to look how they're supposed to look, and then in like a second playthrough, then we can do it. I'll probably use them in exploration. Yeah, like if I'm fucking around in side content, sure, but when I have when I'm doing story content, I want Cloud in that fucking soldier outfit. I don't want him in a warrior outfit. It doesn't make any sense. Sorry if you heard me belch there. But yeah, it just looks ridiculous, and it doesn't fit the tone of the story, right? Which I think is really easy to just ruin the tone of the story for yourself with the game. Like, for example, in Final Fantasy 15, I think it's called, what was it called, like a mariachi outfit? But there's that there's that famous meme where, like, you know, Cindy in like the opening scene, and she's like, "You must be the prince," and Noctis like peeks up from under the car, and he's wearing like that mariachi outfit, and it's funny, but it also just kind of like, in a very casual way, shows just how immersion breaking an optional costume can actually be during those scenes, right? I feel like it's a great New Game Plus option, but yeah. Guys, we're not going to talk negatively about other content creators in the chat, whether we agree or disagree with them. Just because we're going to give respect to everyone, but also for my sake, because I don't want to start stuff with people. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, changing the subject, after the new logo was unveiled yesterday, 3 visuals featuring Cloud, Aerith, and Sephiroth side by side were also released. Does that essentially mean they're recreating the print on the original FF7 disc? Yes. You can be sure that there's an homage to it. Nice. Also, there's something talked about on social media in the blank space drawn on below each character on the character screen. Is that simply an homage to the original work, or does it have some kind of meaning related to future developments? Many members of the development team, including myself, played the original game when it first released. Not as creators, but as fans. So our own desires as a sense of homage inevitably crept in at key points. So we hope you'll see that as a reflection. So we hope you'll see as a reflection of that. Holy crap, you're still on? I know. Regarding the logo for Liberation, the FF7 logo, or Revelation/Liberation, the logo is surrounded by blue and green light, with and what appears to be a white materia is depicted. Is that meant to represent Cloud and Aerith? Oh no, not this question. If I were to say that based on the designs on the characters, it might sound like I'm showing favoritism or giving different levels of importance to each character. So I didn't really think about that. Rather, I aimed for design lines that would invoke or give off the feeling of the world of Final Fantasy VII, such as the materia and Holy. Also, as some users have noticed and pointed out, I feel the intention of bringing colors in the design of the original FF7 logo at the very end has been conveyed quite well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I really like the logo of Revelation. I think the logo of Revelation is the best of the 3 logos by a mile. Do you think they'll revisit part 1 and make the combat systems across all the parts cohesive? Same with leveling, would be amazing to play all 3 as one larger game somehow. I think if they were to do like an FF7 final mix, that'd be cool. And like bring all the games up to the same parity. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Like bringing back everything from Revelation back into Rebirth, and bringing Rebirth and Revelation stuff back to Remake. Yeah, that'd be fucking great. I don't know if they'll do that, but I think it'd be cool if they could. The fans have a certainly high level of understanding of this work. Conversely, with such a high level of understanding, there might be a backlash if the upcoming Revelation deviates too much from the original. On the other hand, if it's exactly the same, the meaning of it being a remake will be diminished. What were you conscious of when trying to strike that balance in Revelation? Hamaguchi. I hope that players will find out for themselves whether the story will be the same as the original or drastically changed by actually playing the game. However, rather than focusing on specific plot development, I personally feel incredibly grateful to have been involved in the development of this trilogy for the past 10 years, and to have been so deeply involved with this title. Similarly, for fans, this game has characters and each character has their own fans. There's a history of each character loving and supporting others, spanning about 30 years since the original work was created. That's why we strongly want to deliver a work that makes people think, I'm glad I followed this character and this world. Whether that's the conclusion of the story or the overall gaming experience, I hope you'll look forward to it. But that's my fundamental feeling. Whether you're a fan of the original or someone who started with the remake, my top priority is to deliver a work that makes you think, I'm glad I've been supporting the series all this time when it's finished. That's cool. I think most of us will feel that by the time this is all said and done. So, this will be the last question. With this, Cloud and his friends' story in the remake series comes to an end. However, you yourself have been running non-stop until now, and I'm sure you still have a long way to go. First of all, I think your primary goal is to complete this game. But what kind of game would you like to be involved in after that? You better fucking say Final Fantasy VII, Gucci Mane. You better say 17. You better say 17. That's right. First of all, I am currently the director of the Final Fantasy VII Remake project. And at the same time, I'm also the head of Creative Studio One. Therefore, I am responsible for the other games we are producing, and I am already involved in projects other than this one. However, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop directing games in the future. Of course, I want to continue releasing games that I'm personally involved in, and I will continue to do so. I hope you'll look forward to seeing what kind of titles they'll be. I'm also looking forward to seeing what kind of games many fans are looking forward to and their reactions. Thank you so much for your sharing your valuable insights today, and I hope you'll look forward to seeing the finished product. Could you post those two links again? Yes, I can. Here's the first one. And the second one. I'll share them in YouTube chat as well. For everyone on... Oh, wait. YouTube. Where is it at? Okay. Link 1. And link 2. I mean, I'm fine with you if you want to criticize content creators, myself included. I just prefer it not be done in my chat, if possible. Just because I just think we're going to treat all other content creators with respect here. It's just the way I like doing things. I've never been more excited for a game. Hopefully more news at the Nintendo Direct tomorrow. I think that the big thing at the Nintendo Direct tomorrow is going to be Ocarina of Time remake. I'm actually a little bit more curious about that. I don't even know if there needs to be more news on this. This is too much. This is too much. And they're giving it to us all at the start. I think they kind of need to chill on the news a little bit, personally speaking. This is so much. This is so much. Like, God damn, this is so much. But I do think it's good because we have a lot to like bite our teeth into. And I think you can read all this and be reasonably excited about Revelations. Did you see that Edge Runners got an epilogue? Like an actual epilogue, or is it the thing in like Wuthering Waves? That's like a non-canon thing. Or did they like release like an Edge Runners epilogue? Because if they released an Edge Runners epilogue that I didn't know about, I'm screaming. I was thinking the Wuog thing is an epilogue and canon. Yeah, of course. Of course they say it's canon because they need everyone to play the thing. No problem, Panda Eyes. I understand. I appreciate you. Corbinic, thank you so much for the super. FF7 trilogy is done. KH4 is still MIA. Thoughts? I actually think we're gonna see KH4 this year. I do think at the D23 event, Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to make its grand reveal. I mean, and this is what Nate the Hate is saying, I believe. I've heard. So I trust Nate. Nate has been right several times, way more often than he's been wrong. And so I believe that he is definitely onto something here. I think that they have to show something of Kingdom Hearts 4 because I think that Kingdom Hearts is kind of dead right now. Not kind of dead. Kingdom Hearts is fucking dead. And, like, I don't know how Kingdom Hearts 4 is, like, not, like, the Kingdom Hearts franchise is not, like, cooked to fucking oblivion if they don't show anything this year. Kingdom Hearts is dying on the vine, bros. The cancellation of Missing Link means that there is not a Kingdom Hearts title or Kingdom Hearts release in general. And so, yeah. Wait, did Nate actually say this? Wasn't it a Reset Era leaker that everyone made fun of? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Someone in the chat said that Nate said it the other day. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I may have things like my wires crossed. I thought someone said that Nate said that. Let me look this up real quick. Okay, maybe Nate didn't say that. I think I'm putting words in his mouth. My bad. I thought someone the other day said that Nate said it. Okay. Well, my fucking bad. Nate did not say that. So, that means that Kingdom Hearts is fucking cooked. Never mind. Guys, as a traditional Chinese user, I can tell you that 90% of the traditional Chinese community are haters, and they probably won't play the game, but just bitching, bitching about it on the internet everywhere. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't know all that. I find it hard to care about KH4 when KH3's combat was so bad. The FF7R games are my modern Kingdom Hearts in a gameplay sense to me, honestly. I think they kind of got it together with Remind, but yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. People are hoping that KH4's combat will be closer to Remind, but dude, there was just something about that original team and how they were able to put together an action game, and like nobody else, literally nobody else has been able to get that right in the same way ever again. It's just crazy, man. Revelation will wrap up Zack's hero arc from Birth by Sleep. That's funny. I don't see how we're getting more KH4 after this, right? Yeah, because, I mean, it's really difficult to imagine even, because, like, Nomura is 55. I mean, I guess that, like, Yuji Horii is still making games, and he's 70-something. So, I guess another 10 years... Nomura will be like 65. Ooh, I'll be 44. Dang. So long. Games take so long to develop. And you know what? I really had this realization too. And I was just like, if Kingdom Hearts was still just Kingdom Hearts 2, and it looked like maybe just like a higher resolution version of that, you know? So textures are a little bit smoother, but it's basically like the same PS2 fidelity. I would like that just as much as, or more than like what they're doing now. And it's just crazy. I agree, we should get a multi-part remake of Kingdom Hearts 2. A whole game of just Twilight Town. Let's go. Yeah. That's what Dream Drop Distance is. I mean, that's true. KH2, but models look way better because it was 7 years further on. Yeah. Like, basically, if the whole series just continued in that style, I feel like I would have been okay, right? But I understand that, you know, to include like Pixar and stuff like that, they felt like they couldn't continue in just that visual fidelity. They needed to be more aggressive. But honestly, bros, I was so fine with the PS2 look of the game. The way KH2 and Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance look. I just feel like, you know, based on the anniversary picture, it does look say to look forward to next year's anniversary. I think the game is releasing next year. I know that's probably a hot take, and I know everyone probably disagrees with me, but I actually think the game's probably coming out next year. I do. I think they'll release part 3 in KH4, actually. I actually think they should remake the entire KH series, but remake them into one super game. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Vanita Sentiment, thank you so much for the super. KH3 gets a bad rap with its combat due to it carrying the issues of KH2's combat with it. I'm curious what you mean, because I'm not sure what you necessarily mean by that, because a lot of KH3's, I don't know if a lot of the issues I have with, or any issues I have with KH3 combat, like really show up in KH3 for me, are like worse. I think for like with KH3 for me, the biggest problem was that a lot of the combat just felt like I was just floating around. You know what I'm saying? It was weightless. The animations had no impact. Kind of like feelings like that. Those were kind of like my problems with like KH3. Like a lot of the same problems with like Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance with like weightless combat that never felt like I was hitting anything. Yeah. I don't know how to say your name. HKRs, thank you so much for the super. But you retracted the message, so I don't know. I don't know what you were gonna say. KH3 did not carry the same issues from 2. I think there's a fundamental understanding of that game's combat for it. Yeah. Yeah, personally, I would need you to elaborate on like what you mean by that. Because I feel like KH3's issues and KH2's are different. Weightless isn't the problem in KH3. The weird hit stun and animation lag was. I personally consider that part of the weight. Like hit stun specifically is weight for me. Floaty, loss of control while being floaty, lack of enemy staggering like they did before, and guard not being as snappy are my biggest faults. Yeah. Well, okay, so the reason I consider like hit stun to be part of the weight is because I think of like when you hit the enemy and you stun them and like it stuns them, that to me does carry the sensation of like weight to the combat, if that makes sense. Like I've actually hit them with something. You know what I'm saying? Like It makes it feel like the weapon that I'm using is doing tangible damage to the enemy because it does stun them for a second. Does that make sense? Bloody Biscuits and Biscuit047 have made great videos on KH2 issues, but yeah, some of it carry over into KH3 too, because people mindlessly praised KH2's combat instead of criticizing it. That's fair. But I would still consider KH2 to be like the gold standard overall, regardless of whether it has issues or not. But I think most of Kingdom Hearts 3's problems are new and specific to Kingdom Hearts 3, I would say. Also, float isn't the problem. If KH3 and had KH2 gravity, air combat would be insanely more annoying. That's fair. KH2 IMO has the gold standard on story pacing, summons, and team limit. That's largely it. I don't agree that that's largely it. I think it's the gold standard for more than that. I still think its combat is just overall the best, personally. But also, I like KH2's gravity, honestly, a lot. Enemies not having any kind of flinch is often a balance thing that you can't stun lock enemies, but yes, if they don't flinch, it can start to feel like you're slapping enemies with a wet noodle instead of a sword. Axe, right? Like, a game I think has great weight to it is like God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. You know how like when you hit enemies with that axe, and like you feel the enemy like, ugh. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I consider like the hit stun to be part of the game's weight overall and the feeling of weight. Okay, there we go. Maybe it's pronounced HK Hars, H Cars. Anyway, doesn't matter. However you say it. Oh wait, you say your name here. Hussein. Okay, Hussein, thank you so much. Fit might be similar to FF13 Paradigm. Thank you so much, Hussein. I could see that. I could see that being the case. I wonder if you could actually switch fits in battle then. Has that been confirmed anywhere? That you could do that? I don't know. But that would be an interesting interpretation, and maybe it is. Somehow, KH2's gravity triggers me more than KH1's. KH1 feels intentional. KH2 feels like I'm fighting the game. I don't feel that way, personally. KH2 is good, but it getting treated as the absolute magnum opus of all action combat is forced and hilarious. It wasn't treated this way, too, so what the fuck happened? It wasn't always treated this way? Well, I don't know, actually. I actually liked KH2's combat, even on release, when it was, like, stupid easy. I thought it was, like, really fun, actually. And then when they came out with Critical, it was even better. So I don't know what beef or like what motherfuckers was saying like on the internet 20 years ago or whatever the hell. I'm just telling you my experience, man. I've always thought KH2 was like gold standard of action RPGs for me, and it remains that way. So whether someone on GameFAQs in like 2007 hated it, that's between them and God. But yeah, I've always thought KH2 is like the gold standard of action RPGs for me. The City of Duodecim is the gold standard of action RPG combat for me. Brother, that's still Kingdom Hearts 2. That's still Kingdom Hearts 2. I remember Kingdom Hearts 2 on release coming back to it after a while and feeling blown away how good the combat felt on PS2. Yeah, 100%. Wow, Icefire is a KH2 hater. This is crazy. Duodecim is KH2 but good. That's crazy. I don't well, I guess I'm not deep enough into like the Kingdom Hearts fandom with great purpose to like really know that there are KH2 haters. But yeah, nah, KH2 is like the peak of peak for me. Yeah, I would say that that remake series has, well, it depends. Because if we're talking more about, because they're both action command hybrids, but they're like on two different ends of the spectrum, right? Where Kingdom Hearts is as real time as it gets, and then FF7R you can like slow down time and select commands. But I think in their each respective corner, they're like the best RPG combat there is. The Cydia Duellum Riku gameplay is peak ARPG combat for me because I don't have to do anything. Yeah, you literally camp and that's it. People would rag on the reaction command system, calling it triangle to win, while fundamentally misunderstanding its purpose, which was kind of weak until critical. With hindsight, people understood it. Yeah, reaction commands are a fucking brilliant mechanic. They're very cool. They give you contextual moves for each enemy, which is fucking awesome. I hate KH2 for other reasons, like taking all the charm out of exploration. That's cool. I think that that's not a bad statement, but I would also say that KH2 kind of replaced exploration with just really fun interactions in terms of like what you do in combat and like what you do in and the type of gimmick fights and mini games that they have. And so exploration got replaced with other forms of interaction that I think are good. Yeah, KH2 is good combat and nothing else. I know it's an insane take, but I think that like for the kind of game that KH2 is, it actually doesn't need to be anything else. I feel like it's fun that way. But also too, I think that the combat is used in interesting ways, and so it doesn't matter. Sorry guys. I am a KH2 glazer. Anything if you expect to get anything that isn't KH2 glaze, you're not gonna get it here. I 100% deep throat Kingdom Hearts 2 down to the base. I also I do not forget the balls. I put a finger in. I love KH2, bro. I love KH2. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super chat. Reaction commands in KH2 low-key gave you synergy moves with party members as well. They did, and it was fucking awesome. It was fucking awesome. It was the best, dude. Dry forms and the way dry forms would grow. And then the like if you level up the dry form, then it like levels up your base form and like it's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool, man. I'm sorry. KH2 is the best one. It's the best one, dude. Find yourself a partner who glazes you like in his he glazes KH2. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, bros. KH2 is the gold standard across the board for everything except level design, which I think that that KH1 still gets. But honestly, even like the music at KH2 is still it's got the best OST in the series. It's got best characters, best story, best progression systems, best everything, bro. Best implementation of Final Fantasy characters. The theme song is better than Simple and Clean. I'm sorry, it is. Passion/Sanctuary clears. It is the better Utada Hikaru song 100%. I'm sorry. I'm not backing down from that one either. I'm not. I've never done a level 1 playthrough of KH2. I feel like I feel like I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could. I would love to try it. Maybe we will try it before KH4 comes out. Did you finish all the interviews? Yeah, I think we finished most of them. I didn't get to react to Max's interview, and I didn't get to the GameSpot interview, but this might be make me more controversial apparently, but the concept of form changes, drive changes. Drive form's clear. I'm sorry. Yeah, drive form's clear. They clear for me. Drive forms are the GOAT. Drive forms are the GOAT. I was so sad when they didn't come back in KH3. They balance it around level 1 critical so you won't just get one shot. Oh, okay. Can I play KH 1, 2, and 3 and fully understand the story, or must I play all the spin-off games to understand? You do have to play all the spin-off games. However, if you want to just play 1, 2, and 3, just be prepared to watch like a cutscene summary of Birth by Sleep, especially Birth by Sleep. And then Dream Drop Distance. Honestly, you don't really need to know much about Dream Drop Distance. Dream Drop Distance, you can probably pick the shortest summary and you'll be okay. The most important title would be Birth by Sleep. So if you do 1, 2, 3, and then you play Birth by Sleep, you'll pretty much understand 3. If you skip 3, 5, 8 and you skip like everything else. But you do need Birth by Sleep. So you can technically do 1, 2, Birth by Sleep 3 if you wanted to. Dream Drop explores Riku a bit, so I'd recommend those scenes. Yeah, I don't know if it's like necessary though. It's like bonus. Like if you really enjoy his character, I think. But like in terms of like the bare minimum to be caught up, I would say 1, 2, Birth by Sleep, and 3 is like all you need. Bro left out 0.2. You can skip 0.2, honestly. If we're talking about like a bare minimum, like you don't need to play this and you can pretty much infer like what happened. I don't think KH is a series bare minimum you can catch up on. I disagree. You can infer what happened. Oh, come on. 0.2 is 3 hours long, which is exactly why you can skip it. But also, too, I think that KH fans look at it from the perspective of, like, you must understand every single detail. Because if you go online and write a comment that is, like, inquisitive about a single detail and you didn't pay attention, we will come through, we will break into your house and kill you. And it's like, it's not necessary. Also, KH fans don't understand that there is a thing where you can actually infer what's happening in a story, even if you don't know every single detail, that most people with sufficient gray matter are capable of doing. I started with Kingdom Hearts 2, and then I went back to Kingdom Hearts 1. And I didn't feel like I was ever really truly lost with Kingdom Hearts 2 because I could kind of infer like what was happening in Kingdom Hearts 2. The opening section of Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually pretty good at catching you up at what happened with Sora's like journey. And then I ended up finding out about like Recoded and stuff. And I was, you know, or I mean, I'm not Recoded. I'm sorry. It's because I'm looking at Recoded on the stream. But then I ended up finding out like a little bit more about like Chain of Memory story and stuff like that. But yeah, you do not need to know like everything. I don't think. Like I said, most people started Dragon Ball with Z. So most people in the West, at least. So most people skipped the first like 200 fucking episodes. Just play the games. If you play KH4 and KH1 and don't like it, just don't force yourself to keep playing. No, because they're all different experiences. There are some KH games I would never play again, and don't want to touch, because I don't think that they were super fun experiences. I won't say which ones. I won't say which ones. But yeah. I personally don't think it's I don't think it's that necessary. Even the developers remade 358 Days Over 2 into a cutscene movie. So even they didn't think it was that necessary. Just skip it and watch the cutscene movie, right? Chain of Memories, yeah. I'm not going to tell anyone that they have to play Chain of Memories. I do not think that is a fun game. I'm sorry, I don't. And yeah, I'm not going to replay that shit, like, ever. I'm never going to replay Chain of Memories. And I'm not going to recommend someone else plays Chain of Memories if they don't want to play it. If they don't feel like that's a great experience. I recommend trying Chain of Memories for sure. I think you should try all of them. But like, if you're not having fun with like one specific Kingdom Hearts game, I'm not going to tell you that you need to finish it, or you should like fucking like not play the rest of the games. I think that's stupid. Vanilla Sentiment, thank you for the super chat. I'll have to DM you my issues to KH2, but my dream job is technically the prologue to KH3, so it's necessary to play it, and it finishes Riku's story. That's fair. I don't know if, like, for me on a personal level, I felt like it was like, if you don't play Dream Drop Distance, you won't understand anything, because I do feel like most of what happened there can be inferred. Maybe I don't know. Am I just like a genius with games and stories that I can just jump into like any story in the middle and be able to reasonably infer? But also maybe, I don't know. Because I feel like growing up, I watched most TV series because you couldn't start a TV series willingly from the start, right? So you had to be able to infer information, because that's just, I mean, that's how media literacy, it strengthened media literacy, which is why I think that a lot of Gen Z doesn't have good media literacy, because they never have to infer anything and everything has to be explicitly told to them. But I'm just not of the mind that everything has to be explicitly told to me. Like, if you're willing to skip half the series to catch up, you shouldn't catch up. I disagree. I disagree very firmly. I think that you think that as a KH fan, but I don't think that that's objectively true. Like I said, most Dragon Ball fans started with Z. They skipped hundreds, or how many episodes was Dragon Ball? They skipped the first 153 episodes of Dragon Ball to get to Z. I started with the Cell Saga, so I skipped the first 200 maybe episodes of Dragon Ball and went straight to the Cell Saga and started watching from there, and then watched back. Right? So I had enough gray matter to understand, oh, these guys are aliens and they can transform and it's cool. But also, when there was stuff I didn't understand, that's cool, because then I was excited to go back and see the type of things that didn't. That's still a bit rough? No, it's not. It was normal. That's what people did with like television and like ongoing series for like many years. But also, you know, if everyone in this chat is hoping that Revelation sells more than Rebirth, people will be starting with Revelation, right? Like, that's what Revelation selling more than Rebirth inherently means, is that you're skipping all three parts. The dumbest, Jossie, thank you for the super chat. The oversight in all the Cage series gameplay is burying the information up for forums and the stat screens, and the fact that you don't get base level movement skills is also stupid. Yeah, there's a lot of like reading, but I guess people would say that's true of many games in order to get their story. So I guess it's up to taste. But again, Josh, thank you so much for the super. Yeah. I'm not saying it's the optimal way to enjoy it. I'm just saying that like people can do that. And people are fine with it. My first was KH3. I understood literally nothing of the story, but it was fun to play. If the game is fun, the player gets hooked and play the rest later. Yeah. Yeah. And if there's a KH game you don't like, then just watch the summary for it. And that's perfectly fine. But also too, if you want the series to survive, the idea of everyone going back to a 2001 PS1 game, which is an incredible game, and then playing like a port of a 3DS game or something like that, that's not going to happen, bro. That's not going to happen. That's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable expectation. I feel like if you want to actually experience KH story, you should play all those games. You're going to have games in the series that you like and don't like. People can decide. Right. No. And that's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying like if you play Chain of Memories and you don't like Chain of Memories, skip Chain of Memories and just watch the fucking summary, right? I don't think you should quit the franchise over not liking Chain of Memories. I don't agree with that. If I quit the franchise over not liking Chain of Memories, I wouldn't have played the rest of the games. But also, again, I started with 2, right? And then I liked it, and then I went back and played 1. But also, I was able to infer a lot from KH2, and I didn't really feel lost. People act like I according to you guys, I should have fucking hated KH2 and I should have went immediately online and complained to everybody about how much I hated the story and how confusing it was. But none of that happened. It was one of my favorite games of all time. It was one of my favorite games of all time. And then I went back and I played KH1, and then I'm a big fan of the series now. Right? I got fucking well, I got like all these play arts kind. You know? Fucking well. So anyways. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, you don't have to play things in order to understand it. Most of you started with like MGS2 or some shit. or something else. Or you started with Nier Automata. Or the fact that like 20 million people played God of War 2018 and only 5 million of you played God of War 3. Yeah, or the fact that 100 million people or something like that. How much has The Witcher 3 sold? 65 million copies. So 65 million people played The Witcher 3 and 15 million people played The Witcher 2. Right? Does anyone complain about The Witcher 3 story is confusing? I didn't really get into it. That's not the appropriate way to play The Witcher. What do you mean you only watched a summary of what happened in The Witcher 1 and 2 and you didn't play The Witcher 3? Nobody says that. Nobody. People only have this conversation with regards to Kingdom Hearts. It's the only series where people freak the fuck out and are like, it is impossible to enjoy the game if you didn't do that, which is not true. It's not true. Just as someone mentioned in chat that KH3 was their first one and then they played the rest of the series. So, Mass Effect 2, which sold more than Mass Effect 1. So most people skipped Mass Effect 1. Or 3, which sold more than both, right? So, anyways, okay, we'll end the stream there. Sorry, rant aside. We'll rate my friend Minda. Okay. You're wrong. All 65 million players for The Witcher 3 read all the books and were intimately familiar with the story. Yeah. Whereas I think like a lot of Cage fans would be like, you didn't read the Witcher books, the novels? Well, then you better not play The Witcher 4. Like, that's not how it works. I don't agree. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Nintendo Direct. All right. Love you all so much. Take care. And we'll be back.